Yo, 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 good evening. You ready for some Path of Exile? Is everybody ready for some Path of Exile? It's time. It is time. It's time to do some planning. It's time to do some research. Let me just make sure everything's online. We got the Path of Exile 2 tags. Alrighty. Looks like we're good. Is audio okay? I think audio should be good. Yeah, audio is good. Okay, everything confirmed. How's it going? Is everybody ready to do some Path of Exile research? And I'll talk to you about what I'm thinking. And I have a few different ideas. And obviously, ideas are going to be generated and they're going to be very, very flexible as we get more information, the closer we get to launch. Like today, for example, we got a lot of mana stacking info. Yesterday, we got the info on the mana stacking skills and Archmage in particular, as well as what's that ring skill called? The circle one. Yeah, we got some info on that yesterday. So mana stacking is looking to be real. But okay, let's get started. So if we look at the character classes available so far, there are a few of them that draw me the most. So I like the idea of a big smack warrior. So I'll show you maybe what some of the concepts I have thought about there. And then I definitely like the idea of either a Sork or a Witch for going for spell damage. Like some sort of, I don't know, some sort of maybe mana stacking. Especially the Infernalist Witch. The Infernalist Witch looks a lot of fun. Looks to be just too much fun. And then the Mercenary, the Gemling. I don't think I'm going to play the Gemling because I see too many videos of people wanting to play Gemling. So it's going to be too meta. I don't want to be too meta, you know? If a class is going to get like literally everybody playing it, no thank you, I'm good. So those are a few ideas I'm thinking about. I definitely don't want to play Ranger. I could play Monk. Mind over Matter Monk. Maybe. Maybe. So that's an idea too. But let's start one thing at a time. Let's start with Warrior. Now, you don't necessarily have to be limiting yourself to only the Warrior skill gems. But these are probably, or more likely, a lot of the skill gems that you rely on heavily. And the way I'm thinking about Warrior, I'm probably going to allocate a skill to be more AoE, more clear, and then I'm going to allocate or think about a skill that's more single target together with a few support skills. You're going to slay in PoE? Slay, girl, slay? Yes! I'm going to slay everybody. I'm going to be a warrior, perhaps, or a Sork, perhaps, or a Infernalist. I really like the Infernalist, but I'm not sure. I'm going to play it as a first character. We'll see. But right now I'm brainstorming some ideas. So we'll start with Warrior. And to be fair, between Warbringer and Titan, I'm probably leaning towards Titan. Yeah, you know what? I have seen somebody was mentioning that the numbers of sales for early access have already been just insane, absolutely ridiculous. So I would not be surprised if the service just can't take it. It's quite a possibility, but let's hope for the best. How have PoE servers fared in the past? Like, how have the last 3 or 4 seasons been? Tell me the last 2 or 3 seasons. In the interview with Jonathan on PoE, he seemed to be quite concerned about the servers on early launch. Ooh. If the head developer, if the lead developer is concerned, then I am concerned as well. Yeah, we're already used to this with Last Epoch. You just gotta wait the Euros out, okay? This is the strat. Because the game is gonna launch at noon my time, so North American time, roughly around lunchtime, which is gonna be evening for the Euros. So you just gotta wait long enough for all the Euros to go to sleep, and then you can play. It's a waiting game, and we're gonna win it. All right. The Euros, they start in the evening. They're gonna lose. They have no. They still stand no chance. If you're in Asia, however, you probably just wanna get a good night's sleep. Don't even bother waking up to play early. You're gonna be just fine. The servers aren't gonna hold. So, anyways. Yeah, you're probably right, man. What are you playing, man? What are you launching with? So one possibility I'm thinking is the Titan. If we pop a Titan in here, I'm gonna go and say, I'm gonna put a bunch of skills. So I'm gonna have like the skills that I want and which support gems I want on them. And so let's say skill gem, support gem number 1, and then support gem number 2. How many skills can you equip, by the way? Is there like a limit? You're gonna go blind? Totally blind? Yeah. There's a lot of time. More than enough time for us to really learn the game in early access. It's true. It's true. Honestly, this early access feels like a near full release. The amount of content that they're going with for this early access is astonishing, It's impressive. There's going to be purpose here. What is the purpose of this skill? So I'm thinking it very much looks like this Sunder. Okay, so I should specify I'm looking for an AoE clear skill and an and a single target skill. So for AoE clear, so like a boss killing kill. So for AoE clear, I think Sunder and Volcanic Fissure look really good. Sunder and Volcanic Fissure. So let's read Sunder. Slams the ground, creating a wave of churning terrain that damages enemies in a sequence of areas in front of you. A number of enemies hit by the wave will release a shockwave, damaging other enemies. So it scales, the damage of this skill scales with the number of enemies hit. Because that shockwave, you can see it does a 164% damage on top of the initial 237. And if you can hit 5 enemies with that, that's like 820 plus the 237. You're talking about 1,050% damage. So this Sunder deals 1,050% damage if all the enemies are bunched up, and there's 5 of them, right? Wave causes shockwaves from up to 5 enemies. Yeah, so up to 5. So yeah, this is crazy damage. Assuming that the shockwave hits the enemy it originates from as well. And okay, so this is the new style of spam, hey? Looks like a theme. Add me on Discord. I'll be your best buds. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Yeah, so Sunder 1,050% damage. Let's do the math here actually. So let's say Sunder for AoE. So this is AoE clear. So it has 237%. Plus 164.4. And so we're looking at, if we hit 5 enemies, we're looking at this plus this times 5. 1,060% damage in one spell. And the spell itself is 40 mana cost, so that's a little bit steep. $40 mana cost is a little bit steep. And so how does that compare? 1,050% compared to like Stampede, Supercharged Slimeroony. So let's do the math on Supercharged Slimeroony. Oh, also, what is the attack time? So base plus 1.4. So if you have a 1.1 second attack time weapon, this is going to be a 2.5 second attack time. Okay. And so if we compare it to something like Hammer of the Gods, which, by the way, this is going to be our single target DPS. I'm pretty sure this is what we want to go for. If we have, so let's say Hammer of the Gods here. Hammer of the Gods. And this is boss damage, single target damage. Did I play PoE 1? I played it a little bit 10 years ago, 11 years ago now. And then I came back to it a year ago. So I played it some, but not a lot. How many hours do I have? Let's see. I'm a relative noob compared to the 10,000 hours some folks have. Let me see how many hours I have. Oh, I have 666 hours. I don't think I'm ever going to play PoE again. That's like the perfect number of hours you want. That's a perfect number. 666. Easy to remember. 666 hours in PoE. Can you guys see this, by the way? This is maybe a bit too small for you, hey? There we go. That's better. There we go. Sorry. Should have done that earlier. So this is the damage versus 5 enemies. So this is the damage. What was it? 1307%? Yeah. Now the problem here is like the cooldown is 24 seconds. Base duration. So duration is like the attack duration. 24-second cooldown. 5-second attack duration? What is base duration? I think that's the attack duration. Yeah, we're gonna make some good PoE 2 content. We're gonna have some fun. Going ranged or melee? I have not decided yet. I'm debating between Titan and maybe mana stacking Stork of some sort, or maybe an Infernalist. I don't know. I'm debating between these. So we're going to do some research. We're going to think things through, see what we feel like. So Hammer of the Gods, I think this is going to be a pretty sweet single target. The only issue is like the cooldown. However, we do know we have seen some 10% cooldown reduction here and there. Like, no, this one. I can't find them right now, but we'll look through this video later and we'll find them. For now, I just want to stay focused. So another good option for AoE clear is Volcanic Fissure, but we don't have the numbers too much on it. The full description. I think there should be a video out there that has volcanic fissure hovered over, yeah? So let's see. So this one is a level 7 gem. This one's level 9. What scales with the level of the gem, I wonder? Maybe the attack time? So volcanic fissure. Slam the ground, creating a winding fissure that deals area damage while traveling outwards, then persists for a duration. Now the duration is very important here. Slamming a fissure with a different slam skill. How are you going to get a... Okay. So you're going to get a fissure with a different slam skill? Not volcanic fissure, different fissure? Okay. Will cause it and all connected fissures to trigger aftershocks. So can we spam a different fissure skill? A different fissure slam skill? To just proc tons and tons of aftershocks? Like, how do we do this? What else makes fissures? Oh, this makes a fissure. When a new fissure is created, does it delete the old fissure? Do damage along the fissure's path in a 1 meter radius around the emerging spike. Max 5 spikes. Slam the ground, sending out a fissure that deals area damage. So maybe you can combo multiple fissure skills? What else has a fissure? They don't label them with fissure in the skill stuff. You know what though? I definitely think, pretty sure there's a monk fissure as well. I think it'll be really cool if we do like one weapon set is staff based and then the other weapon set is like a two-handed mace. That would be sweet, no? Right? That would be sweet. Two-handed mace and two-handed staff? Yeah. Depending on how quickly we can swap stuff. Where is the fissure stuff? I thought there was a fissure in here somewhere. Shockwave, heavy stunning, blah, 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 blah. You know what we could do? We could actually go like this. We'll go gems, skill gems, and go fissure. Okay, well that was easy. There's only 2 of them. Damn it. I don't think this contains all the skill gems, to be honest with you. I don't think we've seen all of them. Level 13, 34 strength at level 5. Yeah. So there's not going to be any monk fissures, but still. So if you want to do like fissures proccing damage from each other, I guess you run volcanic fissure and earth shatter. I don't know. So that's another option for AoE clear. I'm not Can it get good damage for bossing too? Maybe. I feel like this kind of stuff can scale extremely well with attack speed. Because you're double dipping, right? The more attack speed you get, not only are you attacking more, but also you're proccing more of whatever proc that you have. So if I run Earth Shatter, Volcanic Fissure kind of thing, I would just spam crazy attack speed. The main spam skill. So let's say we land on Earth Shatter being the main spam skill. then yeah, Earth Shatter has to get faster attacks because we have a limit of 1 support gem per your entire skill selection. So yeah, the other thing I'm thinking, so obviously, let's say Sunder is our clear, and we're going to test Fissure as well, but let's say Sunder is our clear. Oops. Hey, what was that? Why do we have 2 skills? Oh, PoE 1. Huh. Okay, it's quite different in PoE 1. Okay, but so let's say this is our clear, this is our single target for the most part. So then I really like, I think no, not this one. Earthquake for the jagged ground. Jagged ground you create has 100% increased effect. So jagged ground slows enemies. So this can be a really good kind of control skill, crowd control. So let's say we do earthquake. Oops. Crowd control. So you just pop 1 jagged ground. It's gonna mess up everybody. Impact radius 1.8, jagged ground radius 2.2. And then I think I would put Maim into this one so that we double up on the slow. So it's kind of like a good utility slow skill. So let's look at the support gems. So Maim, I think Maim slows things down, right? Support attacks have a 100% chance to Maim on hit. And I think Maim slows things down. So I'd like to put Maim onto the earthquake. There we go. So that would be like a giga slow. If you have an annoying enemy that you don't want to deal with, you just Maim the crap out of them. And then the jagged ground slows them down even more. They're not going anywhere. So I think that would be a good combo. And there were a few skill tree, passive skill tree nodes that increase the effect of jagged ground that you apply. So that's also going to be nice. For support skill gems on these two, I was thinking, so for this one, since it's supposed to be single target, we're definitely going concentrated effect. Right? So that's the supported skills deal 40% more area damage and have 50% less AoE. But because we're going single target, we don't care about the AoE as much. I hope that works out okay for us. And then, so +5 int. So we'll make this blue. There we go, blue. Oh my god. There, blue. So concentrated effect. So it's a +5 int. That's going to be a massive damage bump. 40% at level 1. Presumably at level 20. What does PoE 1 do? Area damage. It only goes up to 50? Oh wait, no, not even 50. Only goes up to 40. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. The one in PoE 2 is significantly better. Support gems have levels, right? Wait, do support gems have levels? Or is it only skill gems that have levels? Does anybody know? Yeah, I don't think you level up support gems anymore, do you? PoE2 support gem levels. One year ago. Anybody know? Do support gems have levels? Okay. Yeah, I don't think support gems have levels in PoE2. Okay, so if we have concentrated effect, I think there was a skill that or a gem that gives you critical. Control this, no. Inevitable crit. Yeah, inevitable crit. And that is a strength gem. Okay, so red. We'll go with orange. Because these colors are all messed up. All right. Oops. All right. Just make it easier what we're looking at. These are going to be the skills here. So concentrated effect for the massive damage bump, inevitable critical. For the 200% crit chance. Because if you have a skill that's on a 24-second cooldown, I mean, we're going to be able to take it down probably to like 15, 16, I'm hoping. But if you have this, let's say 15-second cooldown skill, let's read the supported skills gain 40% increased crit per second, so up to 200. So yeah, as long as the cooldown is greater than 5 seconds, you get a 200% crit chance increase. And given that we're going to be running maces, most likely, which have a crit chance of 5%. Yeah, we're going to need the help. We are going to need the help. You know what's funny? The prices of maces are going to be through the roof compared to like axes and swords. Because I think seems like a lot of warrior stuff is mace oriented. Hey, this is new. I haven't seen this before. It is a... Wow, this has no level requirement. This is a level 1 mace. This is a level 1 mace. Hog Hunt. Oh, the Great Club. And it doesn't have a strength requirement? How? Can you imagine this two-handed mace with the dual wielding, or sorry, with the ability keystone that allows you to use two-handed weapons as if they're one-handed? It has double the strength requirement, but this item doesn't seem to have a strength requirement. So 140% increase fizz, 50% increase crit chance. These are like insane stats. This is a If you get this to drop on level 1, you're not changing this for the next 20 levels or maybe 30, 40 levels. This is going to carry your game. Like I said, you could just rush for that keystone and make your game beautiful. But yeah, I was also going to give you an idea of what doubling your attribute requirements means. So for example, look at this level 47 Great Club, two-handed mace. If we choose to use it as if it's a one-handed mace with that keystone, the requirement is going to become 304 strength. At level 50, that's probably a lot. Sounds like a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. 300 strength. Even if we dump every single highway into strength, let's say we've gotten 20 passive node highways into attribute, into strength, we should be able to get like 100, 150 from just the passive skill tree. So we're going to have to heavily invest into itemization. If you want to run that passive keystone that doubles the attribute requirement and allows you to use two-handers as if they're one-handers, you have to itemize for strength. It looks like to me, early on at least. I don't know how else you do it. The 10% attribute passive is a little bit far away. That takes like 30, 40 levels to path to. And no, it's probably more like 50, 60 levels. It's not going to be very efficient to just beeline for that one. Here's another one, level 22, 52 strength required. So if you double that, that's 104 at level 22. Yeah, it's pretty steep. I don't think you can get that just from the passive skill tree. So yeah, definitely you have to invest into gear that gives you strength. But yeah, how do we get into the strength talk anyway? Oh, this is a fun one. Look at this Jade Club. Always hits. So you don't care about accuracy. However, for some reason it requires 149 int. What kind of a mace is this? What kind of a one-handed mace is this? 149 int? What the hell? What the hell? So let's see what other support gems we would like to have. Mana Flare. Nope, no Mana Flare. So this one is strange to me. Critical damage. Skills have 20%, supported skills have 20% less damage with hits. Supported skills have 50% increased critical damage bonus. Increased though? So that's additive with other things that say increased damage bonus? I don't get it. If it's additive, this item could be like a net negative, this support gem. Could be a net negative if you have a lot of increased critical damage bonus from other sources. So I don't get it. Am I misreading it? Should it say more critical damage bonus? Is that what they intend to say? Surely it should say more critical damage bonus, because then you're dealing 100 minus 20 times 1.5. So that would be like, I mean, assuming you're always critting, assuming you have 100% crit chance. If you had 100% crit chance, you would be dealing 120% damage, which is only a 20% extra. This doesn't seem like a good gem, I'll be honest with you. This gem seems pretty sucky to me. Support any skills that hit enemies, causing it to deal more damage with critical hits, but less with Oh, less with non-critical hits. Okay, so they just didn't write it out fully here. Okay, so this should say less damage with non-critical hits. All right, okay. So if you have a 100% crit, this is definitely just a net positive, net benefit. That's pretty good. Okay. I think that's fine. I'm not sure that this is going to be viable. Getting max crit on this build is going to be rough. Because like I was saying, Mace is a 5% crit, so giving them an extra 200% here, that's just nowhere near enough. We're at 15% crit. So unless we have a method, a way to increase the base crit. Yeah, from Bulgaria, that's right. That's where I was born, and then we moved eventually to Canada. But born in Bulgaria, that's right. So 200% crit. Only Bulgarians know BG. Only the Bulgarians recognize the BG. Nobody else. You must be Bulgarian as well. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the channel, man. Yeah, we're trying to plan ahead. We're planning ahead thinking, are we going to be a Titan? Are we going to be a Mana Stacking Sorc Infernalist? So if I were running a Titan, I'm trying to think, okay, if I have Hammer of the Gods for a single target, what sort of skill gems am I going to socket? So I think critical damage is tempting, but I feel like critical damage is going to be like the very last thing we slot. The very last thing. And that is an int. That is an int. Truly gonna Ascendancy? Not yet. Not yet. If I were to run Warrior, I'd play Titan though. If I were to run a Mana Stacking Sorc, both of them seem pretty fun, to be honest. And then if I were to run Witch, I would run Infernalist. Hammer of the Gods with Chronomancer's cooldown reset. Yeah. I know what you mean. The only issue I have with the cooldown reset is the way I want to play Hammer of the Gods is to wombo combo it, to like buff it up in as many ways as I can. So for example, Infernal Cry, right? Oh, I guess it can last for multiple attacks. Okay, so Infernal Cry works for multiple attacks if you have endurance charges. But yeah, stuff like that where we can just buff it as much as possible. And then big slam. Keep buffing it. Yo, open world. So we're trying to figure out what we're going to run. You know, one thing that I wanted to run, but I don't think it's going to work. Combo finisher. So this combo finisher. The only annoying thing is it says strike. I don't think it's going to work on slams. I'm considering going Titan. That Titan is going to be one of the things that I'm going to think about a build for, you know? I'm trying to say, okay, if I were to go Titan, yeah, strike is not going to work on slam. That's so sad, man. I thought combo finisher, that's like, why would you want strikes to be your combo finishers? That makes no sense. Slam's got to be the combo finishers. Come on. Very disappointing because this would have been so sweet. Skills lose combo if you... Okay, support skills require 5 combo to use. Supported skills cannot be used until enough combo have been built up, but deal massively more damage. Cannot support skills which already combo. Yeah. So this would have been nice, but I don't think we can run that. Which are the strike skills, by the way? Let's check it out. 50% attack damage? Lame. Armor break is something that we need to consider though, yeah. Yeah, armor break. So here's the other thing that we can combo. Armor. So So right here, supported skills consume enemy fully broken armor to do 50% more damage. So depending on how easy it is to break armor, I would definitely consider exploit weakness for Hammer of the Gods. It is strength. Strength is good because we're going to be stacking strength. Overall, you like the idea of Titan? Me too, man. I gotta say, I rarely play hammer wielding characters, but I like the idea of Titan in this game. I don't know why. It looks cool. Bone Shatter is super strong. You can support it with extra AoE. Bone Shatter. Okay, let's read Bone Shatter. Attack enemies with a melee strike. The strike will cause a heavy stun on enemies that are primed for stun. But you gotta get them primed for stun, right? You gotta get them close to being stunned first. Upon causing a heavy stun, it will also create a shockwave, dealing a large amount of damage in an area. Does not cause stun buildup. This is like a finisher, right? You get them primed up, and then you smack him, and you get a lot of AoE. The whole totem thing seems kind of off for you. Oh. You think the totem thing is like a shaman or something? Yeah. I haven't put too much thought into totem. Prime for stun is super easy, as it's stun buildup caused by other attacks, any other attacks, or any slam. I think leap slam, right? Leap slam, jump into the air, damaging and knocking back enemies with your mace where you land. Enemies you would land on are pushed to... Okay, 500% more stun buildup against... Oh, it's only against enemies with fully broken armor. Oh. Long animation. Bone Shatter is great in PoE 1, but in PoE 2. The number seems really low to me. Attack damage 50%. That's so low, dude. It seems like a lot of the strikes are pretty low. Armor Breaker. Armor Breaker is pretty... It's much better. 86%. I think I'm going to run Armor Breaker because I want to run Exploit Weakness. Honestly, Inevitable Critical probably comes later on. I don't think we can rely on crits too early on. I think we want to rely on just high multipliers that don't rely on crit early, because we're not going to have very high crit early on. Leap Slam. Yeah, you cannot rely on Leap Slam too much, I guess. Leap Slam for mobility? Or do we want Shield Charge for mobility? Hammer of the Gods is level 50. Tier 13, does that mean level 50? Is that what that means? Damn. Tier 13, they don't become available until level 50? So that means tier 9 is not going to be like level 30 or something. Act 2 is tier 7. Okay. So we're not going to get Sunder until like Act 3. Alright, okay. That's fine. So this is going to be like our mid-game setup. So this is what we're thinking for like early mapping, I guess. But we cannot rely on Hammer of the Gods early on. That's a good point. That's a good point. I thought this is like level 13 or something. Tier 13, okay. Rolling Slam. 188 damage and 276 on the first slam? Wait, what? Oh no, that's second slam. Second slam attack damage 276. Crazy stun buildup. Hits stun enemies as though dealing 100% more. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. That's a really good stun buildup. The radius is 1.4. That's okay, that's decent. Any beginner guides when the game comes out? maybe. I generally like endgame builds. I think eventually I'm gonna do a beginner guide. But my first focus is gonna be to fine-tune something for endgame. Something, yeah, something enjoyable. So early game we're gonna do. So you're saying Earthquake with support for shorter effects so the aftershock pops off sooner? But then we don't get the jagged ground. We don't get the slowdown effect, eh? I see what you're saying. How much damage is the aftershock? Is aftershock just the same base damage as the skill itself? So like 66? It's the main source of damage on Earthquake. So is, just to confirm, is the aftershock 66% damage as well? You bought your friend an early access key to have someone to play with you and learn together with? Just hope he doesn't quit it. If he's brand new to the game, dude, you're gonna have to help him a lot. Gonna have to help him a lot. Initial slam is 0 damage. ZDPS. Really? So I don't understand how aftershock works then. And you can stack multiple. Will not create another area. Oh, okay, so you cannot stack multiple of these. Aftershock is 150 to 200. Estimated. Okay. It's a 3-second delay. Yeah, that's quite significant. How about rolling slam for AoE? Is that not enough? 1.4 meters? 1.8 meters. Shorter delay. Shorter duration. Less duration. 30% less skill effect. It becomes like 2 seconds. I was thinking of using Earthquake as a crowd control ability. So attach Maim to it. And so utilize the jagged ground plus Maim for like ridiculous slowdown. There's probably a limit though. What is the limit on slowing down enemies? What is the lowest move speed enemies can have in PoE 2? They probably have a cap. So if we look up Maim, I don't like this website. PoE 1 Maim. So Maim, 30% reduced move speed. Is that what Maim is going to do in PoE 2 as well? I don't like this website. Holy crap. I like the numbers on Rolling Slam though. Plus 1.5 seconds to attack time? Oof. So I was doing the math as well on finisher, or what is it? Combo finisher? No. How does combo finisher work with channeling abilities? Are there any strike channeling abilities? Probably not. Perfect strike. Channeling. Is that a strike skill? It says perfect strike. It doesn't have the strike tag. No, it doesn't have this. Why does this? Why does it have strike in the name of the attack and it doesn't have the strike tag? Come on, man. Come on. And what is the duration for? I guess the channeling. Okay, so that's not gonna work. I think we'll just go here and we look up skill gems and we look up strike. Strike. Is there a channeling strike is what I'm looking for. Is there a channeling strike? Perfect strike. But it doesn't have the strike tag. It doesn't have the strike tag. The tags, at least in here. Charger be rebel. Challenge reason for fully charger. It's single target. I think this could be pretty good. I think that one with combo finisher right here. So perfect strike for single target with combo finisher. Right? Is that good? I don't know, man. Maybe. Yeah, maybe combo finisher plus exploit weakness. Has no AoE though, so we cannot do concentrated effect. So what is 5 combo, by the way? Does that mean just hitting with another skill 5 times? Just any skill? Or does it have to be 5 different skills? What is combo in PoE 2? Search for combo. Oh, you're saying it has to be a combo skills before that? Ice strike. Impale. Spear though. Mob, that's a bear skill. Siphoning strike. There's another strike. So you're saying search for combo? So it says build combo by successfully striking enemies with any skill. So I think that's it. I think we build combo by successfully striking enemies with any skill. It should work. I don't know. Any strike. So for example, we could hit Armor Breaker 5 times and then Perfect Strike. Armor Breaker 5 times. And then we will have Exploit Weakness. So, okay, so let's say, so this is our late game setup, yeah? But for early game, for single target, let's say we have Perfect Strike. Is it good? So if we have Combo Finisher and Exploit Weakness, so Exploit Weakness relies on Armor Break. Mobs will be dying before you hit them. Yeah, that's fine. It's for bosses. It's just for bosses. 5 times Armor Breaker into Perfect Strike for bosses only, for single target only. And then Combo Finisher, Exploit Weakness. These are like 1.5x, both of these. So 2.25x. Channeling versus bosses will be cancer. Good point, good point. How much does it have to channel? You really need to move. You gotta roll out of the game, no protection? Is this data mine? I don't even know. It's a very long cast. Huh. What if we have a shield? Does the shield help us at all? Or is it too unreliable because if you don't block, you die? Not data mined. Okay, so these are not data mined apparently, bro. Shield is OP. What I want to run is a two-handed mace with a shield. I want to run two-handed mace with a shield. All shield skills are bust. Yeah, I was looking at the magma or the lava block. The lava block looked fun. But yeah, I don't know. You're saying Perfect Strike is too slow? Hmm. Leap Slam could be interesting for the stun build-up. So if we go Armor Breaker into Leap Slam, but more for the stun build-up. You know what? Let's add Armor Breaker here. We're definitely gonna, for single target run, Armor Breaker. And then there's like even more armor breaking support. Armor. This one here. Increase armor break. Armor break. Increased armor break. I am considering going warrior. I'm gonna just think through a bunch of different build options. And we'll see. I'm considering going Titan warrior, kind of two-handed maces. Dual wielding two-handed maces for the win, man. That sounds fun. So this is one of the first builds I want to just kind of plan for. Like this is late game. This is early game. Single target. So you're saying Devastate plus Bone Shatter is OP? You just found out, but not versus boss. Let me read those. Devastate. So Bone Shatter. So Bone Shatter, the damage number is so low, man. It's like 50% attack damage. How much damage is that Shockwave? Devastate. Which one is Devastate? Where's Devastate? Is that another class? Oh, support gem. Oh, devastate. Support skills full break armor and complete understand. Oh, you're saying that when you do the heavy stun, not only is he gonna do an armor break, but it's also gonna do a shockwave. Wait. Have too many classes that you want to play? I know, right? I feel that way too. I want to play a mana stacking sword. Some sort of strength stacking blood mage. What the hell is a strength? Oh, the blood mage. Strength stacking blood mage. That is brave. Hey, that is brave. Prime them with rolling slam or any slam. Why don't you prime them with armor breaker? Is it because it's single target? What's the point of devastate? Fair enough. So, which one gives extra stun? Yeah, I think Rolling Slam. Rolling Slam would give the best stun setup. So get the stun setup, and then Shockwave plus fully break armor. So how does this break armor work? I wonder. Triggers when a supported skill fully breaks an enemy's armor. Do you think that's gonna work? You think this is gonna apply first? Do we know the order of operations? Do we know the order? Not sure if Devastator will be able to sock it into Bone Shatter. But Devastate would be really good on Rolling Slam, no? Devastate and Rolling Slam. Because Rolling Slam is going to be the best way to apply stun. How about Earth Shatter? Slam the ground, sending a fissure. Spike duration is 6 seconds. So Earth Shatter, you spam it and it procs more Earth Shatters. Is that right? 48 mana on the Rolling Slam. Ouch. Okay, so Rolling Slam is not spammable. That is the conclusion I have come up to. Oh my god, that damage is awful. A rock spike emerges at the end of the fissure. Oh, okay, so it's just a one-time damage. How about Volcanic Fissure? Does that like, keep triggering if you spam other fissures? Does it keep triggering aftershocks, this one? You spam Earth Shatter for 2, 3, 4 spikes, and then you pop Warcry, and it's a huge AoE. That makes sense. As long as the enemies are on top of the spike, though. Spike. 1 meter radius. 1 meter radius. Oh, you can create the spike right next to you. Wow, okay. That's pretty good. Attack speed 80% of base. That is a little bit slow, but okay. It's acceptable. Yeah, I think Earth Shatter is going to be fun. And then Inferno Cry at the end. But Sunder is definitely... As soon as you get Sunder, this is going to be the best way to clear monsters. Clear AoE. So I would even go increased area. Yeah, I would go area of effect on Sunder. So let's see what else we can do for AoE clear. I think we're saying Earth Shatter is a good AoE clear. An area of effect is int. So it's int. You can support it with a support that makes you make 3 Earth spikes in a single skill use. It's not a projectile though. Slam duration melee. In the endgame reveal video. Do you have a timestamp? It's a different support. Is it a support gem that we probably don't have in here? Where am I getting these support gem details? I'll give you the link here. I don't think these are complete though. I don't think these are fully complete. Oh, Pulverize. I think Pulverize is going to be great single target for like this one here. Hey, Donovan. You're welcome, man. That's awesome. Thank you for saying that, man. I appreciate it. We're gonna have a grand time. It's gonna be so much fun to play PoE 2. Make some builds. Not all have been added in here. Okay, okay. Clearly Archmage wasn't here as well. And they already have like hundreds of gems, dude. Oh, look, 145 skill gems. 126 support gems. It's not even all of them. Oh my god. Oh, you can't post links in here. Can you drop it in Discord? Sorry. Yeah, there's no links in here. Sorry. $32.14. Okay. Let me just, I'll open it. So PoE 2 endgame reveal. So 32.14. Ouch. Oh, it made three Earth Shatters. It was also three Earth Shatters, right? And they all exploded. Yeah, you're right. That was Earth Shatter? Okay. But how did he get extra spikes? How did he get extra spikes? Yeah, yeah, the no cooldown war cries. Here we go again. Here we go again. Three Earth spikes. Do you think it's a support or a unique item? Or maybe it's one of these, maybe it's this node right here or something? I don't know. Maybe a passive node. They could have changed the gem since data. True. Or maybe they just baited us. Maybe they're just baiting us with this cool looking earth spikes. Triple earth spike, earth shatter. Gigabait. Maybe. No data mine. It's only info leaked from publicly shown footage. Yeah. I don't think this is data mine. Also, this is yeah, pretty early game. So pretty much everybody that played the beta would have seen this. A lot of it is outdated still. Fair enough. These so how does armor break work? Do bosses have like a bajillion armor? Like a 10 billion armor? How does armor break work? You don't like Earth Shatter, but the way it was positioning in that video seems way better than how it functions in PoE 1. See, you guys have played PoE 1 and you're jaded. I have not played PoE 1 Warrior. Like melee classes in PoE 1, I have not played them. Maybe 11 years ago I played like a Whirlwind agility class, but I've never played a strength class in PoE. How might theory crafting and organizing the Google Sheet might be useful to input everything from PoE 2DB into a sheet so we can filter skills and tags when we select this class skill. That's a good idea. I was just throwing stuff in here, just high level. I haven't organized it too much, to be honest. I have not organized it very well at all. I was just trying to organize my thought, really, as to what am I going to use for single target early versus late game, what am I going to use for AoE clear, what am I going to be relying on, right? Earth Shatter is OP in PoE 2, but Pineapple Cow is not buying it. See, you're coming in jaded from PoE 1. You've been playing it in PoE 1. Not buying it. Yeah, so definitely area of effect for Sun there. Where my supports go. What do you think about Pulverize? What do you guys think about Pulverize? 15% less attack speed, 20% more melee area damage. Might feel awful in maces because of the attack speed. Pulverize on EQ. Why on Earthquake? The attack speed is 75% of base. Because you slam once, it's fine. And then damage happens after 1.5 seconds, for example. Meantime, you're repositioning. Very good for bosses. What about rolling slam? That allows you to reposition, doesn't it? Don't you walk while you do it? Continue forward. What are the tiers and levels of gems, do you know? So somebody was saying that tier 13 is like level 50 or so. Paramount was saying that tier 13 is about level 50. So it's going to take a while to get there. If it says warrior, is it a warrior only skill? No. Every class can use every skill. The skills have requirements though, like 100 mace, 200 mace is a requirement for this skill. But every class can use every skill, is my understanding. So, it's gonna be fun. Contagion, Blood Witch. I don't even know what Contagion is. What is Contagion? It's a huge AoE so you can slam away for the boss, but still hit him. I see what you're saying. Any class, any skill, any weapon time. Well, this thing requires a weapon type. It's a dot that spreads other dots. That sounds like a great clear skill, but not really a good bossing skill. Contagion. So what are these exerts, by the way? What's an exert, Pineapple Cow? I was seeing... Where's the exerts? What's an exert? Yeah, what's an exert? Exerting, POV wiki. Exerting is a mechanic that allows skills to enhance subsequent attacks power of the character. So, consume up to 10 rage, causing attacks exerted by them to deal 30% more damage. Okay, so we're definitely... Okay, so we're gonna have to definitely do an enraged war cry. I think. Okay, so it means it buffs the next attacks. So I would say we have to do Enraged War Cry with Infernal Cry. Has to be Infernal Cry, yeah. Forget the other one. Forget Seismic Cry. Okay, this... Although this can be nice. I don't know what an Aftershock is. What is Aftershock? Like, does Aftershock inherit the damage of the skill that causes it, that triggers it? Like, for example, if Seismic Cry gives me... what does it say? Yeah, if it gives me an additional Aftershock on the next slam, and then if my next slam is Hammer of the Gods, is the Aftershock going to have 1,307 damage? That's my question. Okay, so I think I get what Exert does now, guys. Thank you. That makes sense. Might use multiple endgame, especially if there's a way to automate them. Right, the war cries, okay. When you slam, the ground explodes a second time. After your slam, it's called an aftershock. It will explode a second time. But what is the number, though? What is the damage number on an aftershock? That's all I care about. Does it copy the existing skill? Like this earthquake, for example. It says attack damage is 66. Is the aftershock 66 as well? We don't know. It's likely. Okay, so you're telling me if I get an aftershock with Hammer of the Gods, that can be like 3,000% damage, perhaps? Oh yeah, and you get the 20% slam. And there's probably passive skill tree nodes that give you aftershock chance as well. I guarantee you, probably. Well, actually, I don't guarantee you, but it's possible. Frido, you're saying aftershock is an AoE on a delay? In PoE 1, it does more, but we don't know for PoE 2. Crushing Impact. Support gem. Crushing Impact. No. Supported skills create an aftershock when they stun an enemy, dealing the same damage to enemies within. Whoa. That's double damage. Impact Shockwave. This is double damage. Earthquake for PoE 1. Power aftershock after duration. So aftershocks do 150 more damage with hits and ailments. Okay. So it's more damage. Okay. So it's a 2 point, so it's a, oh, it's a 2.5x multiplier. Wow. Oh, Kaiser was saying you could Infernal Cry Hammer of the Gods, but scale Hammer 2 for Ignite. Right. Wheezy is doing something similar as well. Wheezy is trying to do Ignite Hammer, or thinking about Ignite Hammer as well. But a different setup, not exactly what Kaiser is saying. But if you're running Ignite, then you don't benefit from aftershocks, right? What is the maximum stack of Ignites? I heard that it's 1 stack or something. Or is it 1 stack that you can apply per hit? Oh, it's 5 stacks total? Wow. Right, so this Impact Shockwave, that's insane. Supported skills create an aftershock when they stun an enemy. So if you run Impact Shockwave on Bone Shatter, yeah, Bone Shatter Impact Shockwave, that's pretty decent, no? So Rolling Slam into Bone Shatter, and then if you just have Impact Shockwave here. Wait, where did Bone Shatter? I don't even have Bone Shatter, dude. Let's put Bone Shatter here. So let's say we do Impact Shockwave on Bone Shatter or something. Going Physical Earthquake, Bone Shatter can't stun. What do you mean? It says this. The strike will cause a heavy stun on enemies that are primed for stun. Is that not stun? Upon causing a heavy stun, it will also create a shockwave when they stun an enemy. I'm just making sure. You cannot build up. Yeah, okay, yeah. Does not cause stun buildup. So it does not cause stun buildup. But it definitely stuns if the enemy is primed for stun. If the enemy is towards the end of the stun bar or whatever it is. But that's not going to be very reliable, though. I don't know. That's not going to be very reliable because if you have a mob, a group of enemies, some of them are going to have a different stun meter versus other ones. It doesn't sound reliable. If it's a single enemy type, maybe. If you can hit all of them at the same time with every skill. There's a big AoE. When you heavy stun, you kill the mob, then they explode. I might be. I'm insomnia. Thinking about it. Thinking about it. The hammers in this game look fun, man. It wielding a two-handed hammer in one hand like that. That keystone, dude. That keystone is so exciting. Bone shatter, and armor breaker. Yes, hammer of the gods looks fun as well. I'm trying to figure out my perfect hammer of the gods late game setup. Pulverize. This is a strength skill, just to double check. Yeah, so I would run concentrated effect, exploit weakness, pulverize. Something like that. That feels really slow. The pulverize? Yeah, you're right. It's already a 2.5 second attack, hey? I mean, if you're running hammers, you gotta look at Hammer of the Gods, right? You gotta. Dual wielding two-handed hammers, yes. That is the only way for endgame. For Hammer of the Gods, you want an Armor Breaker plus Seismic Cry beforehand and then double dip. So Armor Breaker. Yeah, Armor Break, yeah, that makes sense. Seismic Cry. Oh, here's another question. Can a single hit proc multiple aftershocks? Can you do multiple aftershocks with one hit? Your next slam does an additional aftershock. It is possible. Okay, so in that case, dude, we can do impact shockwave. So impact shockwave. But it's only when they stun an enemy. Honestly, like, do you want impact shockwave here? Judging ascendancy is too early. We only know 46% or not. Hey, no, that's true. So I don't even know what my ascendancies are gonna do. Actually, there's actually a decent number for this guy, but I'm basing it more on how awesome the two-handed hammer keystone is. Two-handed hammer, dual wielding? Come on, dude, let's go. Can you imagine? Like, that's gonna look hilarious. The hammer is gonna be like bigger than your character. That's gonna be one warrior, one titan. We're just gonna be like lifting. Gains 24/7 with that titan. You will only play PoE 2 for the first time once. Yeah, you gotta have some fun. You gotta have a good time. But I'm also thinking mana stacking Sork looks amazing. Dude, mana stacking Sork, the Infernalist. Does mana stacking Infernalist make sense? Can you imagine? Because your mana pool, as soon as you max it, you take more damage. So if you have a mana stacking Infernalist, you're not going to be proccing the damage too frequently. So it might be nice. Although it depends on, is the damage a function of your max mana with Infernalist when you go, when you get over to the max mana? Yeah, the red lava stuff, yeah. That sounds fun, man. Pineapple, you want to play a melee? If there's a better ascendancy point, you just check, you just click it when you ascend. Can't be worse than it already is. It's always 100, static 100. But then that wouldn't work with your mana skills, right? Yo, go away. I gotta pop up. It's always 100. Isn't that? No, that's for the guy, for the Monk of Chayula. Sounds very interesting, but depends how the mechanics mix together. Yeah, I agree. I agree. There are just so many unknowns. It's very risky. For me, Infernalist is like a very YOLO, extremely high risk gamba to try and play Infernalist as my first hero. I don't know if I'm comfortable enough with PoE to just go Infernalist right off the bat. I could definitely do it, but damn. Yeah, Darkness is the one that's 100. Something like that. Donovan, you working on a spreadsheet? Nice. Yeah, join the Discord, man. The link is in all of the YouTube videos. Thanks for coming by. Janky but fun is the way to go for early access launch. Yeah. Yeah, Infernalist is definitely going to be janky. If recoup on 3 Infernalist, you can make your mana cost high and then spam skills so you hurt yourself and a lot. What is recoup? What do you mean by recoup? So which right here? So Infernalist, maximum mana replaced by maximum Infernal Flame. Gain Infernal Flame instead of spending mana for skill costs. Take maximum life energy shield as fire damage. Take maximum life and energy shield as fire damage when Infernal Flame reaches maximum. So what does that mean though? I guess you take it as fire damage and it gets reduced by your resistances. Hey, that doesn't sound too bad. If you have 85% fire res, this is not too bad. Lose all Infernal Flame on reaching maximum Infernal Flame. 100%, sorry, 10% Infernal Flame loss per second. Yeah, that's whatever. Sorry, no links in here. Can you pop it on Discord? Blood Mage two-handed mace might be OP. One sec, I'll read that. The Infernalist might end up just being built to take the self-damage penalty or even abuse it. Recoup is a keyword used to describe modifiers that recover some of the damage taken from hits as energy shield. Oh, I see what you're saying, right. If you have 25% life recoup. Right. And especially, so that will be pretty good. What do you think about CI? CI, mana stacking, Infernalist. What do you think about that? Would you insta-give yourself? That's the question, right? Oh, wait, no, yeah, obviously not MOM. You're right. Sorry, I don't mean MOM. Yeah, you're right. MOM's Infernal. MO Infernal. That would definitely be an insta-give, yeah. How would that work? MO Infernalist. How would that work? Yeah, no, that wouldn't work. But CI Infernalist would work. CI is great, but you need to deal with ailment first, like bleed. No, bleed only applies if you take physical damage now. So CI actually makes you immune to bleed now. Yo, Frodo. Yeah, CI makes you immune to bleed now, Frodo. That's what I read. That's what I heard somewhere on a video somewhere. Yeah, because bleed does not apply bleed unless you're doing damage to health. Yeah, that's new. That's new to PoE, yeah. They said that's a change. So you can take it as fire damage, so it would be mitigated with resistances. Blood Mage. So what are you saying about Blood Mage? Skills gain a base life cost equal to base mana cost. So you know there's an ascendant, sorry, a keystone that does the same thing. Skills become life instead of mana cost. Crit damage based on 20 life. Spell damage leeches life. Energy shield from a crit point. Why do you think this one would be good? With a two-handed mace. It doesn't strike me as phenomenal. Removes all mana skills, cost life instead of mana. Blood magic removes all mana. You can overflow life up to double. Ooh. That's nice. It doesn't remove mana cost, but only adds health cost. Why would you want that? Can't wait for the builds. Oh yeah, we're gonna be making builds, man. It's gonna be a good time. We're gonna be making memes. We're gonna be making, hopefully, things that work out. Doesn't remove mana cost, but only adds health cost. So why would you ever want that then? I don't get it. Keystone. Blood. Blood magic. Removes all mana. Skills cost life instead of mana. Right? Blood mage has both mana and health cost. I don't get it. Why would you want skills gain a base life cost equal to base mana cost? Why would you want that though? That's like a, I guess that's a downside to the life remnants. The ascendancy node. What's the ascendancy node? Like the, just for picking blood mage you get a bonus? Right here, yeah? Do you get like a default bonus just at the start? Oh wow, so you have to take Sanguimancy. You're forced to take it. Wow, that's different. Kind of have to pick it too as blood mage, yeah. Energy shield is bonus. That's far away. Interesting. What I really want to run is like dual wielding two-handed hammers with my Titan, and then switching to staves for some random monk skills. Like for example, yeah, my dream is gonna be Hand of Chayula applying the crit damage. I think there's a crit damage mark, right? Where do we look up the marks? This one, Sniper's Mark. So Hand of Chayula is an ascendancy skill. Oh, there's ascendancy skills as well? How do you tell if it's an ascendancy skill? What is the Titan's ascendancy skill? Into the Breach from Chaos Monk. Grant skill Into the Breach. Into the Breach. But it says Into the Breach, not Hand of Chayula. I mean, it makes sense if Hand of Chayula is locked behind Acolyte of Chayula, though. That I can buy. That makes sense. It's a bummer, though. It looked like a fun skill. Looked like a sweet skill, dude. That crit damage bonus? Yeah. Saying this based on the fact that it's tagged as Monk. Tier 9 Monk. Tier 7 Monk. All of these are tagged Monk, though. I don't think, yeah, I think all of these are tagged Monk. Chaos Monk looks definitely very good with Mana Energy Shield. Yeah. The Chayula Monk looks legit. And it's also a build that builds itself almost. It's pretty obvious what you need to do. Interesting. But yeah, something where we switch into Monk to proc something and then switch back into two-handed maces to deal all the damage. Skills and weapons are attached to classes at the start. I think so too. I think it's just the way that skills and classes, just to make it easier for new players, they've kind of segregated skills into, okay, this is a skill for you. It makes it easy for new players. I think it's a great idea, to be honest. Makes it a little bit of an easier experience. Because can you imagine PoE 1, you go in and there's like 100 skill gems to choose from? It's kind of overwhelming for new players. We're missing a ton of melee skills because we're missing the classes that are tied to the weapons. Yes, that's true. The sword, the spear, man, that would be fun too. Axes. Shadow dagger, yeah. Oh, the flail. Oh, I forgot there's the flail. Yeah. Flail is like strengthened. Noise. So yeah, if we can run something with these wombo combos, that would be nice, but where do you go with Templar? I think they're probably going to double down on the shield skills. On the PoE 2 website, the class is called Assassin. And inspect on the button, not Shadow. Oh, okay. Path of Exile 2. By the way, I bought my PoE 2 yesterday. I bought my early access yesterday. I've got it. I have it now. I'm ready. So ready. All right, so we were back to here, back to building out the skill combos that we want to explore. Impact Shockwave. I think Impact Shockwave has a lot of potential. Rolling Warrior. What the hell is a Rolling Warrior? Rolling Warrior. Is that the Templar? A rolling. Warrior Warbringer. Is this like PoE 1 terminology? I'm so bad at PoE 1 terminology. All right. Let's check the other support gems. Honestly, though, I think Impact Shockwave has a lot of potential. When they stun an enemy. Oh, it's red as well. I don't know which is the right skill to attach this to, but it has a lot of potential. You think you'll start as warrior with Warbringer? Ascendancy. This one with the infinite war cries. Man, infinite war cries does sound fun. I don't care about this jade stuff, and I have to see how ancestral spirits works. But Warcry, infinite war cries, that sounds really fun, especially with the support gem. This one, especially with this perpetual charge support gem. Supported skills have 35% chance to not remove charges but still count as consuming them. Right? You put that on your Warcry, and man. Seeing a lot of people wanting to go CI Mom Chaos Monk with spells, somehow forgetting that spell mana leech doesn't exist so far as we know. Oh, that's funny, yeah. What other support gems do we have? Good old Arcane Search. Armor Explosion. Support attacks trigger when they fully break an enemy's armor. So the attack damage is independent of the underlying attack? That's weird. Ruthless, Pulverize, Fist of War. Yeah, I remember Ruthless actually. Every 50 use of this attack. That's such a weird gem, dude. Such a high variance gem? How do you even use that? Pulverize. Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's just every 5th use of this attack. That's high variance. If it was like every second and it's 200 here, be a bit better. I think this should see use, but in the right skill. So maybe like inside oh, I don't have it here. Rolling Slam. So if you have a Rolling Slam, I think something like this for Rolling Slam would be nice. Especially if you time it in a way so that you go into the boss. Nah, that seems excessive. I don't think people are going to do that. Pulverize. I know Pulverize, slower attacks, but more damage, more AoE. Fist of War. What does it mean ancestrally boosted? Yeah, what does that mean? Because theoretically speaking, that would be great for Hammer of the Gods. If it's like a solid multiplier. Strength. Theoretically. Ancestrally. Oh, it's in PoE as well. Ancestrally boosted. Ancestral cry. Ancestral call. Oops. Supports many extra concept. You also strike an extra target simultaneously. The extra targets must be a minimum distance from the user. If supporting a minion attack skill. You think this is ancestrally supported? I don't know, man. It could be a completely different thing. Ancestrally boosted. Oh, Fist of War PoE 1. Fist of War. Support slam skills providing a powerful boost when they're used. With a delay before they can be boosted again. Cannot support Val skill. Attacks with support skills are ancestrally boosted no more than once every whatever. Ancestral boost does not apply to repeats of the attack. Ancestrally boosted slams deal a lot more damage and effect. What? Yeah, that's definitely a must-have. If the, well, I mean, the numbers are not going to be the same, but based on the philosophy here, it looks like, yeah, it's perfect for Hammer of the Gods. Perfect. Like, you get even more Giga Slam. Sweet. Thanks, man. What about Jagged Ground? Because I read that a few times. So this doesn't actually do any damage though, right? So this is like a utility to slow things down, slow enemies down. Right? Not for Hammered Gods. More for Thunder. Yeah, I would put it on Thunder with Area of Effect, maybe. Wait. Would the Area of Effect support gem apply to this Jagged Ground as well? Or no? Oh, it can be exploded. What? Or is it by a specific skill? This thing explodes. No? No. What explodes it? Supercharged Flame. Shockwave Totem. Oh, the Jagged Ground erupts when in this slam. Once every 3 seconds. And what does it mean when it erupts? How much damage? There's just so many unknowns in this game, dude. There's just too many numbers that they're not explicitly stated, but maybe they are inside the game. I really hope, I really hope they make things clear in this game, because there's just so many different things, you know? Like, there are so many sub-skills that are, it's like, okay, how much does that sub-skill do? How about that sub-skill? Sunder does a shockwave. Yeah, Sunder does the shockwave. And that's tremendous AoE. It's really good clear if you have 5 enemies in a tight space. So as soon as I get Sunder, I'm gonna try and utilize it as much as possible. But you know, there was one thing, combo. No. Oh yeah. The extended combo. Final strike of supported skills can be performed. Does that work with Rolling Slam? This thing has like a final strike, but it's not a strike skill. Supported strikes. Okay, this is not a strike. God damn it. So what does extended combo work with? Is there anything it works with? If Shockwave Totem explodes Jagged Ground, maybe Shockwave from Sunder does the same. I see what you're saying. Well, it's not explicitly stated though. I think it has to be explicitly stated. I don't know. Wait. When it says attack speed 75% of base, 75%, that's less than 100%, so it's slower, right? Like that's a bad thing that it's a low number, right? Like if we go into Monk, okay, good. Just want to make sure I'm reading it correctly. All of the attack speed stuff is slow though. Well, actually, no, never mind. There you go. Flicker Strike, 285% more attack speed? I don't know. Anyways. Let's go back to the support skills. Yeah, extended combo. I don't think that's going to work with Rolling Slam. Never mind. What about stun support? Endurance charge. Energy berries. Supported skills create an aftershock when they stun an enemy, dealing the same damage to enemies within 1 meter. So yeah, this I think this has potential, but we would have to utilize it correctly. Hits with supported skills cause 80% more stun buildup. So overpower. I think overpower should be a lot better than ruthless, because ruthless is every 5 hits you get 500%. This is every 5 hits you get 400%, so it's less, but it's just a lot less volatility. So yeah, I would put it with Rolling Slam, maybe overpowered, because Rolling Slam already generates a lot of stun. So it's a strength. Of course. You're curious, Christopher, how the new SRS Summon Raging Spirits will interact with channeled abilities? Let's check the SRS stuff. Raging Spirits, where are you? So it's 30 Spirit, Reserve Spirit. While active, your fire spells will also summon Raging Spirits, which are short-lived flaming skulls that rush at nearby enemies and rapidly attack them. Enemies will not directly engage these minions. So wait a second, you only have to reserve 30 spirits? Or is it 30 spirit per Raging Spirit? Your fire spells will also... Minions from this skill convert 70% of physical energy fire for duration. Okay, so I think it's 30 spirit for the buff itself, not per spirit. Limit 10 summoned, Fire area spell summons. So fire area spell summons a spirit per 1.5 meter radius. Projectiles from fire spell summon a spirit on hit. So I think it's the same. So I think channel the abilities, it will be a function of projectiles. So if you have a channeling ability that makes projectiles, it's going to be like, yeah, every single projectile hit should summon a spirit. If you're channeling Flame Blast, will it summon them the whole time you channel? I think so. Oh, but it says maximum 5 spirits summoned per spellcast. So maybe it will summon up to 5. And then you might have to rechannel or something. That's how I'm reading it, but it's so hard to tell, man. This is one of those things where you gotta test it out. That's a tough one. Tough one to read it ahead of time. But yeah, what I would assume is, yeah, you get a max of 5 per channel. But the good news is it should work as long as it's a projectile channel. Cast on crit. Anyway. We have Overpower together with the Rolling Slam. Stun enemies as though dealing double damage. And then 80% more stun buildup. What was pinning again? Supported skills do not cause stun buildup. Physical damage for supported skills is pinning. I guess it immobilizes enemies. Nope. Pin. It must be a brand new thing in PoE 2. Here's Ruthless with the 500% more stun buildup. Every 5th skill used, though. And then Endurance charge. But Endurance charges, I'm not sure that they're massive value. Yeah, they have no inherent stats. I heard the same. In PoE 2, it's just something that you use to proc your cries, your war cries. Get more out of your war cries. So, unless there's something on the passive skill tree that we don't know about, it's just going to be the Infernal Cry, which grants more attacks, more exerts, really more empowers. And then we have Enraged Warcry. Wait, how do we get Rage? We need a support gem that gives us Rage. 3 Rage on melee hits. So we need something with Rage. So... Armor Breaker? We probably don't need Rage until we start fighting a boss. So like when you're fighting a boss, you start spamming Armor Breaker. No, that doesn't make sense. I don't know. Does that make sense? I just don't know the numbers, man. Because armor breaker, okay, it breaks a bunch of armor. But if the boss is like 1,000,000 armor, who cares? Armor breaker doesn't do anything. Does anybody know how many hits on a boss do you need with armor breaker to break their armor fully? Do we know? Is it an unknown? We also don't know what crushing blows is, but that's going to be easy to determine as soon as we read stuff. But I think between aftershocks and this ancestrally boosted, we should be able to like get a lot of multipliers going for Hammer of the Gods. But yeah, we should get rage, yeah, on something like armor breaker, something that's a utility skill for boss fights. And this is my utility skill for boss fights. Man, damn. I feel like with warrior, you have to have like 15 different skills for every occasion. Whereas some of the other classes is going to be like, oh, I'm just going to spam my one skill. Spam. Maybe I'm wrong. I think with the other classes too. I think the design philosophy they're going for is to make it so that you can't just spam one skill. You can see that they're trying really hard to force you to use different skills. So let's take a look here. How are we going to get 500 strength, though? What is likely needed for endgame maces to be wielded? That's another question. Once we use the keystone that doubles requirements. %20 more max life, though. That's a really good node. Oh, and for the passive skill tree, I'm definitely going to get Overleech. The Overleech passive, I feel like that's really strong. Let's take a look at some of the passive nodes for Warrior. So, oh, check this out. So this 40% increase aftershock area of effect. So you can see there are aftershock specific passive tree nodes. So aftershock from earthquake. What else can we get for aftershock support? Impact shockwave. So yeah, impact shockwave. I think this is going to be really good, actually. You know what? Maybe rolling slam, impact shockwave. Support skills get rid of. Yeah. Yeah. Rolling slam, impact shockwave. And then if we just like empower rolling slam even more. What do we want? Well, because this is more spammable. I'll have to think about it. Something that boosts the damage. If we want impact shockwave on rolling slam, I would drop overpower and replace it with damage. But yeah, if there's a like passive tree support for shockwave, I think it makes a lot more sense to focus more into shockwave. 8% increased attack area damage. 5% increased area effect for attacks. Ooh, this is amazing. All of these nodes are going to be super nice. Must have early on, yeah. Oops. What was that? Increased area of effect for attacks. Break, 25% increased armor. 16% increased area of effect. That's a nice one too, to be breaking more armor. Increased area of effects. 8% increased attack speed with one hand. Okay, so these are one. Nobody's gonna play one hand. What is these one-handed weapons? Forget one-handed weapons. Never. Damage with one-handers. One damage with one-handers. Damage with one-handers. Attacks have a 10% chance to maim on hits. Yeah, whatever. Forget your one-handers. Boo. Damage with two-handers. Ooh, these are larger numbers. I like it. So here's rolling slam. First slam, second slam. Okay, I like that they're being very explicit with the damage numbers here. So there's hope. There's hope that they would actually make things very obvious. Plus 1.5 seconds to attack time. Okay, that's the same as what we've seen. Actually, let's check Bone Shatter. He shortly hovered over it. DPS 102. Oh, it's got a support gem. Bone Shatter. Attack damage 142. Is that the same? They might have changed it too. What? It says 50% here? %60 of base attack speed. That's the same. Okay, so these numbers are not very reliable, I find. You guys, we've been basing a lot of our planning based on numbers that are faulty, it looks like. POEDB. Attacks enemies with a melee strike. The strike will cause a heavy stun on enemies that are primed for stun upon causing a heavy stun, blah, blah, blah. So this is the same. Mace strike. Strike with your mace. Why is there no mace strike over here? Where's mace strike at? Having a good time, but where's mace strike? Mace strike. Hey, what the hell? Race shield. Oh, mace. Oh, maybe mace strike is a skill given to you by your ascendant. Sorry, by your class, or maybe by the weapon. What is going on here? Seems like a pretty basic thing, though. It's just a simple 142 damage. Hit. Strike, hit. Earthquake. 9 mana. That's like one of the cheapest slams. And there it is. 59% attack damage. So that sounds pretty much the same. Earthquake. I wish he would click on the aftershock. Infernal Cry. 33 mana, 8-sec cooldown, same thing. Okay. Armor Breaker. Here's Armor Breaker. Attack damage 66. Is that the same? That's not the same. This is 86. Attack speed is the same. Level 4 breaks 29 armor only. 40% more attack speed while dual wielding. Dual wield two-handers armor break. Yeah. And so does it mean that do we hit with both weapons when we're dual wielding? How does it work in PoE? Do you guys know? Do we hit with both weapons for every single attack? Because if that's the case, this would be great. Video is level 4 versus PODB is level 12. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, good point. Good point. That must, yeah, that hits break 1562. That's a good point. So that must be what scales. The damage, do the attack damage numbers scale with level? Let's check. Magma barrier. So that magma barrier is actually really strong. 30 spirit reservation. If you remember correctly, you attack with both. So the 30% less damage is per weapon, which means 140 overall. In PoE 1, you alternate. Pretty sure they changed that in PoE 2. So then Armor Breaker would be a phenomenal dual wielding skill. Dual wielding maces, let's go. Armor Breaker. Shield Charge. Although Magma Breaker is nice. 10 to 16 base offhand fizz. Right. Okay, let's go back to the passive trio. Passive trio. Break 20%. So these are like the armor breaking nodes here. 60% increased damage against enemies with fully broken armor. That's a pretty big number. 60% increased damage. The question is, how easy is it to get fully broken armor? Another 20% increased damage against enemies with fully broken armor. That's nuts. Another 20%. This is 100% increased damage against enemies with fully broken armor. 100% increased armor break duration. And then break extra armor values. All of these here. That's a lot of points. 6 points potentially, maybe 7. No, I would put 6 probably. Oh, these are axes. Maximum fire res for yeah, this is a great node right here. Increased Warcry speed. Oops. Warcry cooldown. 24% increase Warcry speed. Recover 3% of life and mana when you use a Warcry. That's pretty nice. 18% increased Warcry cooldown recovery rate. Wow, okay. That's 28% increased Warcry cooldown between those two. It's quite a bit. It's quite a bit. You can get cooldown to be quite low. %50 increase fizz damage. So this one right here, fast metabolism. So I would love these skill nodes at the bottom. Life leech effects are not removed when an unreserved life is filled. However, that's more of an endgame pivot probably, because you have to have a solid life leech first. Herald skills. Sword skills. Evasion rating per 1 armor on the equipped gloves. 10% increase attributes. That's probably a must-have for a lot of builds because based on what I've heard so far, it sounds like there are not very many ways to scale your life. One of the better ways is probably just strength stacking. So you might just need to strength stack just to get enough survivability? I don't know. Because it gives you life, it gives you armor, I think. So, you know, in order to survive, you just strength stack. I don't know. How else would you get survivability? Would you stack life at least? How else would you stack life? There's no other, yeah, there's not very many ways. This is crossbow stuff. 2% increase damage per 5 of your lowest attribute. Something about bleeding. This is great. So this is a must-have as well. 20% increased area of effect plus 10% CDR. I mean, once you get to Hammer of the Gods, that is. Before Hammer of the Gods, I'm not sure about cooldown. We might not need it. Life Leech. Yeah, I don't care about Vow Pact. Stun build up. Damage with hits is lucky against stunned enemies. Heavy stunned enemies. Damage with hits is lucky. So I don't know how much range our damage is. Stun threshold per strength. So another perfect thing to pick up for stun strength stacking. But honestly, like if you're strength stacking already, you're going to have a good health pool. So I'm not sure that you want this. It doesn't seem to make sense to me to pick up this node. 30% increase melee damage when on full life. 60% increase attack speed if you haven't attacked recently. I don't know about that one. What was that? 10% melee crit, 20% melee. Wow, getting crit is gonna be so difficult, dude. Getting crit is gonna be a nightmare. 30% crit, and that's supposed to be like 20% crit is a notable? That seems awful for a notable. Wow. Wow. Damn. More life leech, and it's faster. That's pretty solid. No. Let me check these armor looking things. Chance to block. Okay, these are going to be nice if you're using a shield. Great nodes right here. These are all going to be block chance. That's going to be a lot of block chance. Damage with two-handed melee weapons. 20% increased area of effect while wielding a two-handed melee weapon. Damage to strength. Oh, that's a solid one because we're likely going to be strength stacking, so, and using two-handed weapons, so this is a nice one to go down. Break 30% increased armor. Enemies affected by ailments. And so armor. So how does armor work in PoE 2? Do we have any information on that? Because in PoE 1, armor was the dumbest thing ever. I have to say, the way it worked was so convoluted, so unclear. The formula is just garbage there. Surely they improved it in PoE 2, right? You know it's bad when people are slow rolling mouse over F3. Want to buy full tree? Yes, please. Full tree, please. Increased chance to inflict damage. Break 30% increased armor on enemies affected by ailments. Yeah, it's gonna be fun when the full tree comes out, eh? What did that do at the top? I think it was just some armor nonsense. Armor evasion, dex strength. Hits against you. So this is, I think, incredibly valuable. 20% reduced crit damage bonus. Man, crits are like the worst feeling in the world. You never want to get crit. So this is also, I think, highly valuable. for what I would be running, especially the other CDR stuff there. So here's the increased damage with two-handers. Yeah, here's the stun buildup. Accuracy rating and dex. Yeah, I don't even know what accuracy rating does. Because it's so hard to gauge that. Increased move speed while dual wielding. 3%, dude? Come on, 3%. I guess that's a lot if you don't get anywhere else. Attack, critical hit chance while dual wielding. Attack speed while dual wielding. You're thinking of a monk, trying to make the monk work? Monk is looking sweet. I'm thinking maybe Titan. Or maybe Infernalist, or maybe Mana Stacking Sork. Those are my three to go right now. And I don't even know what Sork. I could go either Sork. But right now I'm brainstorming Titan. And over the next few days, I'll probably spend more time brainstorming the others classes as well. But right now, thinking Titan. Hoping a Diablo 3 on launch playstyle. How was Monk in Diablo 3 launch? I don't even remember. I think PoE 2 Monk is going to be very different from Diablo Monk. I think PoE 2 Monk is going to be quite unique. It looks like the skills can interact together quite nicely. And if you take advantage of that, you can get your DPS to be way more efficient. Exploding Palm. I like Hand of Chayula Palm, or whatever it's called. I like the sound of Hand of Chayula. Yeah, this one I like. Effective socketed marks. Man, some of the marks are pretty good damage. Exploding Palm. Shattering Palm? Is that what you mean? Oh, you mean Diablo Exploding Palm. Okay, yeah. I remember. They took some stuff. Yep. I think they did take the bell, for example. Tempest Bell. There was a bell in Diablo, I remember. You couldn't hit it, though. It was just a... Yeah, there was some sort of bell. I don't remember what it was, but... It's an interesting idea to create a bell and then to pop it or whatever. Good old D3 monk. See, I'm really tempted to do some sort of YOLO Titan where I'm like dual wielding maces, man. I don't like shields. And I like the survivabilities that shields give me, but damn. Dual wielding two-handed maces? That is the only way to go. The only way to go. Armor of life leached. Increased amount of life leached. Increased armor eventually while leeching. This is pretty good. Because theoretically we could be leeching at all times. Actually, does that include if you take the node where you do overleech? Yeah, I think this should be applied at all times if we take overleech. Yeah, that should be. Yeah, I think these are big numbers. Overleech, yes, overleech plus this one. That's the wombo combo. Is 2 to melee strike range a lot? Is that a lot? PoE 2 leech was nerfed. Yes, I think you're right. I think enemies get leech resistance over when they level. It only lasts 1 second. Damn. That's not very long at all. Maybe you can make it slower. Accuracy rating with two-handed weapon. So is +2 to melee strike range a lot? I don't know what that is. 50% increase melee damage, 50% increase stun build up with melee damage. These are nice. This is a very nice node. I like this one. Getting there is quite as a ways away though, from all the way up here. Who cares about knockback? One-handed weapons, boo. Gain accuracy rating equal to your strength. I think we're gonna have to take this one. Just because we're gonna be stacking strength to be able to meet the two-handed mace requirements with the magical, I don't know, the dual wielding two-handers keystone. The doubles attribute requirements. This is Herald nonsense. Who cares about that? Something about projectiles. Increased armor break duration. Attack area damage. Area of effect and then CDR. I like this one. I think we already hovered over this one though. Did I see the nodes where strength gives accuracy and another node that gives attack speed per accuracy? I saw the strength gives accuracy. Yeah, I think I've seen the one attack speed per accuracy. Where is it though? I don't know if I've seen it in this video. But I think I've seen it somewhere. It's definitely seen. I just don't remember the numbers. %2 increase attack speed per enemy in close range. Yeah, I'm considering warrior. Yeah. I'm considering. There are 3 classes that I'm gonna brainstorm for over the next few days. So the first one today is Titan. Thinking Titan. So we're trying to brainstorm different Titan options. Drenon, what do we think launch numbers will be? All right, let's place some bets. Launch numbers. Launch numbers. Oof. Early access launch. 900K. I was also thinking around those numbers. But then I was like, maybe even higher. Could it be even higher? The last epoch, for reference, was like 250K, you guys. Last epoch was like 250K. I don't know, man. I'm going to go with 1.1. 1.1 mil. I'm going to go with 1.1 mil. Yeah, they had 250K with a lot of issues. Bet you 1,000 gold? Yeah. 1,000 gold. Bets on. 1.1 mil. CCU. What was that here? Okay, whatever. Okay, so attack damage against rare and unique enemies. Okay, this is really nice. I like this kind of nodes. I like to, have high boss damage. Increase damage with hits against rare and unique. Accuracy against rare and unique. Chance to inflict ailments. I guess it's alright. Giant Slayer. I mean, I like that. Calling strike threshold. Attack speed while a rare or unique. 4% only though? Damn. Increase crit chance for attacks. Global accuracy. Oh, here we go. Attacks gain increased accuracy rating equal to their crit chance. Wait, is this gonna stack with the thing you were talking about, Zalot? Attack speed per accuracy, and then accuracy per crit chance? Do these stack? Over under 1 mil would be a good Vegas line, right? Yeah, I think it's gotta be around 1 mil. It's gotta be around 1 mil. It doesn't stack because it's local to the attack, hey? No, I know it's not the one, but does this stack with the one that you're talking about? Does it stack together? Because this is going to give you an accuracy rating, and the one that you're talking about converts accurate, not converts, but gives you more attack speed as a function of accuracy rating. So there could be some giga stackage there. Ailments. Flasks? Who cares about flasks? We don't care about flasks. Defenses, 50% increase defense from equipped shield. 1% increased attack damage per. Hey, this is pretty good if you get a very high armor shield. This could be nice for endgame. Not early game though. 12% increased chance to block and 40% increase. What the hell is block recovery? I thought block is instant. What is block recovery? Yeah, okay, I don't know. Needs testing for sure. I totally agree. Everything in this game needs a lot of testing. 6% increase attack speed with 100 melee weapon, 3% accuracy rating with 100 melee weapons. But we're not going to be going one-handed melee weapons. Faster hit recovery. Yeah, but like I thought you don't need to do hit recovery if you're using a shield. Like if you block with a shield. I don't know. Wait, did that have stun build up? Chance to ignite, freeze, shock, electrocute, no stun. Oh, there's a bunch of cooldown recovery right here. These are all cooldown recovery nodes. We did not see the big one, but that's fine. So I think this glancing blows, by the way, block chance is doubled. There was something that scales with block chance. So this could combo well. There was something else that gives you, I can't remember what it gives you per block chance though. Let's see if it's in this video or in another video. We saw these already, bro. Chance to block 10 life when you block. This is interesting. 50% of base armor for equipment also added to stun threshold. This could be pretty interesting. Even though I don't know how needed it will be. Defend with 200% armor against critical hits. It would be nice to just not take extra damage from critical hits, but this is okay too. 15 strength is also nice, by the way. Max rage, we're not gonna care about that early game. 3% increase max life. I don't know, man. That's a very low number. And then you get 50% stun threshold, 10 strength, and 3% life. So basically you're investing into these three nodes mostly for the stun threshold. Because even just the highways give you 5 strength per point. And 3% life is just super low. Yeah, so if you don't need stun threshold, these three are useless, I think. These three are really good right here. I'll show you later, I think, if we'll hover over them in a bit. Stun build up, I like stun build up, yes. Break 50% of armor. What? That sucks. Why isn't it 100%? There's a support gem that breaks 100%. Recover 50% of life when you have it on a rare or unique enemy. Ooh. All right. That was nice. +1 to max something. +1 to all maximum elemental resistances, +5 to all elemental. Right there. This is gonna be a, well, I mean, +1 is okay, I guess. It's not amazing. That's another thing I'm not seeing, is plus elemental resistances. Those were a lot more common in PoE 1 passive tree. Are you guys noticing that as well? If you're not mistaken, every strength is 2 base health in PoE 1. So max health nodes are quite good. It's only 3% max health though. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like, how do we scale our health? Melee damage with hits at close range. That's a big number, 40%. Increased AoE if you've killed recently. Increased AoE. Increased armor defend with 120% of armor against projectile attacks. Wait, what was that? Warcry cooldown recovery rate. So these are Warcry nodes. Flails, okay, whatever. Something about energy shields. Armor and energy shields here. Here's recouped. %30 increased damage with hits against ignited enemies. Increased chance to block. 2 mana when you block. That's a lot of block chance right there. So you're doing algebra to try and understand how accuracy actually calculating PoE 1. Accuracy is the worst, man. I hate accuracy in these games. I wish they would undo accuracy or just remove it. It's not a fun thing to do for me, accuracy. What's the cook? So I've kind of narrowed it down to 3 subclasses I want to play. Either Titan, Mana Stacking Sorc, or Infernalist. And again, by Sorc, I don't know which Sorc. Either one of the two seems pretty fun. And today we're going through Titan. Today we're brainstorming different wombo combos with Titan. Like, for example, which support gems go well with which skills. Like Rolling Slam and Impact Shockwave, I think that's going to be pretty sweet. And Overpower, maybe, or maybe something that makes it deal extra damage. Armor Breaker with, like, as a support skill, increase armor break, I don't know. And then we're going through the passive tree again to think through what we might want to use here. So stun buildup though, there's a lot of stuff that gives you stun buildup. So if we go like YOLO into stun buildup, is that good? How does stun buildup and the stun threshold scale with multiplayer? Like, if it's gonna 4x the stun requirements or the buildup requirements when I play in multiplayer with my friends, what am I supposed to do, you guys? Come on. That's gonna make it rough. But on the other hand, if it doesn't 4x it, and you have 4 Titans just spamming stun, that could be awkward as well. Attack area damage and stun build. This is nice. This is nice. Impact force. I like this one. In fact, I'm seeing so many different area of effect skills. I may consider running something like concentrated effect with rolling slam and impact shockwave. Yeah, impact shockwave with rolling slam and maybe concentrated effect. Is there a way to break armor though? I guess we could do devastate as well on rolling slam. I don't know. Does the two-handed weapon on both hands node apply to crossbows? No. No, sadly, the dual wielding crossbows will not be a thing. It's only for two-handed. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you. It's up here. Somewhere here. Giant blood. You can wield two-handed axes, maces, and swords. Just these 3 weapon types. Double attribute requirements of weapons. And interestingly enough, it says double attribute requirements of weapons. So that might mean you're penalized not only for these 3, but for every single weapon, including one-handed weapons. So it could make it running a quarterstaff non-viable because of this. Yeah. Anyways, not sure. It could be just they haven't put all the words in the sentence. Wait, what was that? 20 life when you block, 80% less knockback distance for blocked hits. What? What is this knockback distance? So this is insane, I think. Recovering so much life. You can recover so much life between these 4 nodes. You can require like 9 to 11% of life for each endurance charge consumed. I think this is going to be amazing late game or maybe mid game. Maybe mid game. Before you get your leech setup working correctly. I think if you can get some endurance charges on spam, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it should be decent. You're thinking of going RT early. What is RT? What is RT? Resolute technique? Oh, removing crits. That makes sense for early game. And then you don't need to worry about accuracy. Especially if you're like a warrior and you don't have dexterity, which gives you accuracy. Maybe. How big of a problem is hitting and like accuracy for warriors that don't have dex? Swap to crit. Yeah, you gotta swap into crit later. It's just too good. I agree. So another 2% there, yeah. Another 2% of life. Stun build up. But these are big investment. Are they worth it? 30% increase stun build up. 15% increased area of effect if you have stunned an enemy. I don't know, man. 25% increased armor if you've hit an enemy with a melee attack recently. 50% increased melee damage against immobilized enemies. Honorless? What was that? Reduce move speed during flask effect. Guard flasks. Apply to you have 50%. Yeah, okay. 0.5% of physical damage prevented from hits in the past 10 seconds is regenerated as life per second. So this is, I guess, if you have a ton of armor, it should be good, but I don't know how it works. In PoE1, accuracy was quite important. Only thing you remember doing is looking at the tooltip to ever see if chance to hit drop below 100 over 9. Below 100/99. Yeah, I hate working with accuracy. So this accuracy, by the way, accuracy is potentially one reason I might want to just go and play Stork or Infernalist or something. Because of accuracy. Because it's like such a stupid concept in my mind. Like, that's like Diablo 2000. The year is 2000 and we have accuracy. Why do we still have accuracy in the year 2020? Get rid of it. Vote no to accuracy. I'm a hater. At least it's not to hit armor class 0. Hey. Oh, here's the mace bonuses. Okay, so let's check out all the mace bonuses so that we can do the math on whether or not we want to beeline into maces. Because, okay, so far you've got like a lot of stun buildup. More damage against... Okay, so this is a 20% more multiplier. Interesting. That's not bad. Did it say that if you support any aura with additional accuracy, it will give you accuracy? Oh. Build your own aura? Really? Hey, that's crazy, man. What? Accuracy. Additional accuracy. Well, that's like 20% more. That's not amazing. That's a little bit extra. No, it says support attack skills. And it has an attack tag. Jonathan. Although this is in the PoEDB, which could be wrong. PoEDB has been proven wrong in some occasions. Heralds. There's a strength accuracy node. That's true. That's true. The strength accuracy is probably a must-have. Especially for the playstyle I'm looking to do with the two-handers and the strength stacking. Heralds have attack tag now. But is that gonna give you? I don't even know how heralds Man, I don't even know how heralds work. Okay, so that was 10% stun buildup. Increased damage with maces. Increased damage with maces. Oh, aftershock stuff. Right here, 15% chance to aftershock for slam skills with the maces. That's huge. That's like 15% more damage. And another 8% chance for aftershock. Oh yeah. Okay. So we're gonna be getting all of these aftershocks. This is 8% more damage, right? Because we're gonna be using slam skills. That's 8% more damage. Or more. True, if aftershocks are a multiplier. Does aftershock have a definitive one? I haven't either. But people that have played PoE 1 assume that it's like greater than 100% because it was greater than 100% in PoE 1. So here's Giant's Blood. So honestly, I'm tempted to like beeline through here and get to the Maces bonuses, get to Giant's Blood, and go nuts on two-handers. Hey, Christian. Hype is real. Yeah, man. Are you ready? Bro, I got my PoE 2 access, early access. I have it. I'm ready. Are you ready? What are you playing? Oh. Isn't Giant's Blood really bad for early game? Because you have really low stats? Possibly. I'm gonna have to do the math early on, but you're probably right. We may have to. The good news though is pivoting early game is so easy and like respecking. So if I have a 200 mace that I can use, I have enough strength to use, but then I get an upgrade and so I can no longer do Giant's Blood, I can just respec out of it, you know? Why not? I feel like respecing 1 point is super easy because it's gold requirement, right? Yeah, same here. Love that respects is easier. Gold is free. Yes, exactly. So we can pass through here as long as there's some other uses for being here. So this had to do with armor breaking up here. Yeah, so if you can utilize armor breaking, yeah, I think armor breaking is going to be quite nice. Because this is 80% bonus damage. No, between these 3 points, that's 100% increased damage versus enemies that have broken armor. These 3 points. So I think that's going to be pretty good against bosses. But is it worth it to go here just for boss fighting? Maybe. Maybe. It's so many annoying things. Like, I don't know exactly how much armor bosses are going to have. Am I going to be able to break their armor? Am I? Like, how does it work? Maybe the duration for armor breaking. Maybe instead of trying to break their armor with these silly armor breaker attacks, maybe instead of doing this, we try to do the support thing that breaks armor. This one, support skills fully break armor when inflicting a heavy stun. So if we do Devastate on Rolling Slam. Yeah, Devastate on Rolling Slam. Yeah, I think that would be good. And then we can afford to spec into... Because that's going to be good against normal mobs as well. And we can spec into these increased damage versus broken armor enemies. And then we can hit the maces up here. Hit the Giant's Blood down here. Forget the axes. We're going to skip the axes, obviously. It's like they play their own game. How dare they play their own game. Stormweaver. So that's the Sork, okay? Sork on day 1. Nice. What does she do again? Stormweaver. Tempest Caller. I think my bro might be going Stormweaver with lightning stuff. Tempest Caller. Elemental Storm. Trigger Elemental Storm on critical hit with spell. That could be interesting too, yeah. Target can be affected by 2 of your shocks at the same time. This is really good. All damage from hits contributes to shock chance. I don't know about that. If you're doing pure lightning damage, do you need that? Do you care about that? I don't know. Could be like the other ailment things, like how they did freeze. Probably easy at first, then more difficult longer, more times it happens. Yeah. Maybe. Shock was really good in PoE. If you're not mistaken, it was a more... Yeah, it was. I think so. I think you're right. I think it was really good. And I honestly think lightning is going to be the meta because... Or, sorry, I shouldn't say that. I think lightning mana stacking is going to be really strong. Because, yeah, there's a lot of support for mana stacking. But who knows? There's probably a bunch of stuff that we haven't seen that's really good support for like fire and cold. So I would love to play mana stacking lightning Stormweaver, I think. Corrupted Giant Blood, rather. A Giant Blood. So those are the ones. There's ones over here. Strike Dex area. Mana Remnants. Most mana remnants. Is that like... That's a spirit thing? Remnants. Conjures surging lightning that causes shocked enemies your minion skills to leave behind around a remnant. Each remnant grants 9 mana. Hey, little queen. Welcome. So this is a level 4 mana remnant. Yeah, I mean, late game this could be pretty sweet, yeah. Together with Archmage. I'm gonna plan on this and get a bomb-ass unique first hour and change. It's true. It's true. But I am trying to just get myself familiarized with the skills more than anything. Just get a sense for what I want to do roughly. It's so hard to tell though. I don't care about that. Herald. Also right here. Lay Siege. Yeah. You could stack a lot of block chance early on. Increase damage per 1 chance to block. So right here. Even pretty early on in the game, you could easily get like 50% block or so. I don't know. There's a max. God damn it. Okay. There's a max. That sucks. But you could pretty safely hit that max of 75 with the keystone that gives you double block chance, but you take some damage when you block. So you could utilize this early game is what I'm thinking. I don't know. It seems like a long shot. Maybe not. Top lightning node. Yes. Yes, int and mana stacking. That's what I was thinking as well. Lightning damage, int mana stacking. Oh, the mana, mana thing you're saying it can double your mana? Oh yeah, double. Okay, yeah, that's huge. Yeah, you're right. That's huge. Yeah. There's a lot of double dipping between int stacking and mana stacking. There's massive double dipping. There's a bunch of. There was something else that scales with max mana as well. I can't remember what it was, but I saw something that scales with max mana. Yeah. I'll show you in a sec, maybe, if I find it again. Skill effect duration. Oh, that can break things like Earthquake, can't it? Energy Shield, Mana Stack, and Int looks extremely effective. I agree. There's like some really, really obvious interactions that they haven't really... They've made it obvious for the user, we should say. Weapon swap speed. I wonder if this is... Yeah, I guess for certain builds this could be interesting, but not early game. You can't really be prioritizing that kind of stuff early game. Does it make sense to use grenades as a warrior? Because the grenades, additional projectiles right here. Would it make sense as a warrior early game, that is, to be using some grenades? Requires crossbow? Wait, do all of them require crossbow? God damn it, why do all of them require crossbow? Fire bouncing, so flash grenade. Flash grenade. 100% more stun buildup. Attack speed, attack damage. Okay, so it does damage. Bouncing grenade, this is a blinding, stunning explosion. Yeah, it is linked to a crossbow. But you can switch between them. I think tier is when it gets unlocked. I think it's the point of the campaign when it gets unlocked, is tier. Somebody was saying tier 13, you're roughly level 50, so it's pretty late into the game. Late into the campaign, I should say. That's why they promote weapon switching a lot. Yeah. So maybe it works to go like flash grenade to set up our stuns from a distance, or at least a little bit remotely. I don't know. Crossbow. Everything is crossbow here. Weapon requirements are doubled. Yup. What are crossbow requirements, by the way? Strength dex. Okay. So we're not going to be able to use them because of the dex requirements. But hey, look at this one. Grenades fire an additional projectile. So yeah, I think early game, maybe like super early game before we get to Giant's Blood. Before Giant's Blood. Maybe there's some usage there. The oil can be ignited by burning or fire areas. And what does it do then? Yeah, they need to this I think PoE 2, the UI, I think will tell you what that does, but this website doesn't tell you what it does. Yeah. Instead of having level requirements for gems. Yeah, I think the gems still have a level requirement. Or maybe they don't. I don't know. I don't know enough. Yeah. What about spells? Does it make sense for a warrior to be using any spells? No, it's probably because it's cast speed, it's not attack speed. I don't think so. Is there anything that adds like stun? No, a lot of it's freezies. So here's the other question I had with these weapon requirements. What happens? Oh, these are reserved. So what happens if you swap weapons and you have a bunch of skeletal whatevers? I guess they persist because it's not tied to your weapon. None of these are tied to your weapon. So why don't you run a bunch of these early game? Yeah, even as a warrior. Wouldn't it make sense to run a bunch of these? Because you don't have spirit skills anyways, do you? Like, do we have spirit skills early game? As a warrior? Spirit gems. Tier 4, tier 4, tier 4, tier 4, tier 4. Tier 4, tier 4, tier 4, tier 4, tier 4, tier 8. Tier 8, 8. 8, 8. Tier 14. Hey. How about like something like Arctic armor? Would that help a barbarian warrior? No. Something that gives us actual armor. What is this Arctic armor? Magma barrier. So this is the one that we get actually with our shield. Fully breaking an enemy's armor grants you a stack of scavenged plating for a duration, and you gain armor and thorns per stack. Scavenged plating duration is 8 seconds, 3% more armor per scavenged plating. Maximum 10 scavenged plating. So something like increased duration on this thing. 30% more armor. Yeah, take it easy, Christian. We'll see you on December 6th for sure, right? December 6th blast time. Defiance banner. Data mine out? No, we don't have any data mined info. This is just PoEDB. I don't know how legitimate this is. And honestly, I've seen some what seems to be errors. But this is the limited information that we have to go off of. Don't have anything else. Defiance banner. Attack, kills, generate valor equal to the blah blah blah. Gain 1 valor per second while a unique enemy is in your presence. 5% more aura effect per valor. Consumes its valor to place an inspiring banner with aura that grants you and allies armor evasion, MS. Cannot gain valor while placed, and you cannot place a banner while you already have a banner placed. Okay. Nikuden on the 6th. Nah, I mean, come on, bro. There's only one release date. For a few, play for a few, because you're working on the 7th. Fair enough. Yeah. Actually, yeah, the release timing is not ideal for the Euro side. You took the next week off? Yes! I took 3 days off in the next week. I have Friday off, Monday off, Tuesday off, Wednesday off. So I have those 4 days in a row, kind of. And then the weekend, we'll see how much we can play. I think Saturday, I should be able to play most of it. Sunday, I'll probably spend a bit more time with the family, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. So these summons. Yeah, I don't think there are very many warrior spirit required gems early on in the game, yeah? None of these require spirit. Yeah, there's nothing that requires spirit. Excuse me. Whereas we go witch and literally everything is spirit, spirit, spirit. Skeletal sniper. Hey, what are their damages based off of? Are they based off of your weapon? What is the minion damage based off of? Long range reviving skeletal snipers that can fire a gas arrow on command. Is it worth to have a few minions as a warrior? Can you? How do you get other classes skills as a warrior? Can you do that at any point in time? Like, is it free? You just get one of those cut skill gems or uncut or whatever? I'm so confused. So yeah, like early game, even just a few skeletal warriors. They can distract the enemy, give us some tankiness. allow us to just kind of sneak in and give him the two-handed Giga Slam while the warriors are getting hit, right? I don't know, man. I feel like it's not going to be a thing, but I feel like I should try it. Oh, look, they have level requirement. Level 21, 38 strength. Hey, Imperial, welcome, man. PoE hype? You playing? Hell yeah. I'm thinking between Titan, two-handed, dual-wielding two-handed maces is too good to pass up on, or mana stacking Sork, or Infernalist. Invoker Monk. Yeah, that's gonna be smooth. Yeah, that's a good idea too. Spellblade. Ah, that's a good point. That is pretty much exactly like the Spellblade playstyle. You have a staff, fast hitting, glass cannoning. Although I feel like monks might turn out to be decently tanky. Although it's more the Cherula ones with the mind over matter stuff. Actually, I don't know enough. We'll see. We'll have to see how it pans out. Never played PoE 1. Really, hey? And now you're jumping onto PoE 2? Oh, it's a big learning curve. I have to say, I feel like I'm in a similar boat. I am very, very bad at this game. Like, I did not play very much PoE 1. I have 666 hours in PoE 1. And you got to keep in mind a bunch of that is trading. So, like, leaving the game on while you're doing something else. They made the second game system so much cleaner without redundant mess. Yes, I definitely think the second, the PoE 2, they're a lot clearer with tooltips and just see, like you said, making things cleaner. It's definitely true. Never really firsthand. You've watched a lot and did a lot of learning. Yeah, it's different firsthand, man. I suck at this game. I tried to be fast at PoE 1 going through the campaign, and I could not get it under 10 hours, you know? But again, like, I only tried it 2 or 3 times, so it's not the craziest trying hard that you can imagine. So let me just check here. Unaffected by ground effects. This is pretty nice as well. Visuals are dated. Yeah, it's true. They fixed majority issues in the second game, it looks like. The visuals are amazing in the second game. Absolutely amazing. So we're still missing a few. Yeah, I think I'm gonna really spec into aftershocks and stuns. I think I'm gonna go into that route. Stuns and aftershocks. I don't know what this does. Something here is 20% life. It's the ancestrally boost that is up here. Earthquake Beastmaster, yes, you're right. Back to Earthquake Beastmaster. Woo! I also want to do a mana stacking Sork, but I just want to do so many things. Infernalist. I love things like this Infernalist because it completely changes the way you play. You know, rather than trying to preserve your mana or trying to regenerate your mana, you're now faced with a situation where the more mana you spend, the more damage you take. Oh my god. One sec. There were a few other videos here that were pretty good. So, warrior skills. I thought there was another talent tree walkthrough. You will also approach the game very casually at first, planning couch co-op with your girlfriend. That's nice, man. That's a chill time. No stress, just enjoying it together. That's a special moment right there. Enjoying PoE with the girlfriend. I played Diablo 1 with my wife one time, long time ago. I was like, you have to play this game. This is only the greatest game of all time. Only the greatest game of all time. We had a blast. Index. Is this the one we wanted? Yeah, let's check out this one. Ah. We don't get plenty of games like this, so might as well. Yeah, we're gonna have a pretty solid party as well. You guys know Frozen and Wheezy. So we're gonna play with my bro. So it's gonna be me, my bro, Frozen, and a Wheezy. So we have 4 really dedicated. We're gonna have a very strong team of 4, I feel like. So we saw that one, Unbending, Made to Last. We saw that one, Skull Crusher. The more multiplier, Spike Pit. Jagged Ground you create applies 10% increased damage taken to enemies. This is pretty decent. Yeah, he's gonna be a good crew, man. A Wheezy, we agreed we're gonna play together very early on, so we're gonna pull it through. You really hope the crafting gets more than just resistances, life for armor. Move speed boots. What do you mean the crafting gets more? It just resistances, life for armor. Move speed. Oh, okay. So you're saying crafting, the optimal crafting is really stupid. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, the optimal item is you get more life, you get more resistances, you get more armor. GG. Yeah. That's pretty silly. I think in the end game, there are some fancier mods, but yeah, I see what you mean. Especially early game. Early game, it's all about those resistances and the max life. Nothing else matters. It's really silly. Hey, Savored Blood is actually going to be pretty good, I think. Because somebody was saying that life leech is over 1 second, so making it slower, I think it is actually going to be a good thing. 25% of armor also applies to fire damage taken from hits. This is huge. This is huge. Yeah, and unnatural resilience as well with this fireproofing. Yeah, so this one and this one. So I think passing through this general area, there's a lot of good nodes. Defensive and offensive both. You really did not like how all the builds focused on a single ability. Yeah, it's true. Path of Exile 1 was like a walking simulator with one ability casting itself. Seems to be changing with the second game, which is really cool. Yeah, they've added a lot of interactions between the skills. I do feel like, though, when you get to end game, it might devolve to just a single skill spam as well. I don't know. It's very hard to create an ARPG where you're actually heavily incentivized to cast multiple skills. I think that's something that Blizzard He had a fantastic opportunity to actually nail with that weapon master concept, where you just, or sorry, weapon arsenal, whatever. The weapon arsenal thing where um, every time you swap, you get extra damage. They had a fantastic opportunity to take advantage and break the metagame of ARPGs for all of time and actually incentivize you, give you benefits from swapping from one attack to another. But they screwed it up and they made it like tiny, tiny numbers, which, like, it was so obvious that it's not going to be very good. But anyway, it is what it is. The set tree switch. Right. Yes, yes, you can switch the trees, but you know what? It's not like infinite tree switch. You only switch like 10 or so points. I think you can only switch, because I think you get like, let's say 10 points. So you can only take out these 10 and put them in these other 10, right? So like, let's say you've invested in these 7. So you could maybe take out these 7 and put them in these whatever. But you cannot like redo the entire tree, I don't think. Maybe they will change it afterwards. At least the intent was to incentivize ability combos rather than single ability. Yes, yes, for sure it will do that. I think though, I think the game will kind of devolve into one skill or one item setup, one swap setup for mobility, and then another setup for like more damage. So I think that will be the setup that will be what ends up happening, rather than, you know, one skill setup for damage and another for damage but different kinds, or maybe 2 different things that wombo combo together. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. If all content can be completed with the combo builds, then it's gonna be fine. Right. It should be interesting either way. It's exciting. It's exciting to try out weird combo builds. They've introduced a lot of complexity with that little swapperoo of 8 to 10 or 12 points. Single button builds in. Oh no, just like almost every RPG is single button build based. There are very few that are, you know, even Earthquake, man. The Earthquake dot with Beastmaster, so many people were complaining that you had to use 2 skills to actually regenerate your mana. Everybody just wants to spam Earthquake. People just want to spam Earthquake and not regenerate their mana with swipe. You know? People had a hard time wrapping their head around, oh, I have to click 2 skills? It's really funny. But ARPGs are designed, or not designed, but frequently devolve into that kind of gameplay. You really hope it can be balanced for both, then it's going to be fine. Yes, yes. If they can create incentives for both, that would be the way to do it. Let me read some of these shield skills because I'm not sure what they do, to be honest. Ram your shield into ground, throwing up a wall of earth on either side, and losing your shield for the duration of the skill. Enemies can attack the walls and your slams will instantly destroy them. Each wall segment explodes when destroyed, damaging enemies around it. Okay. Extra fist damage per armor on the shield. Seems okay. Doesn't seem great though. You heard there are gonna be no auras in PoE 2. Well, the spirit buffs are auras, right? Oh, you're saying they don't apply to allies? Oh yes, I love the change to flasks as well. I hated the flask meta in PoE 1. I never bothered changing my flasks. I thought flasks were really, really, really stupid, but glad to see them go. So spirit gems. Yeah, I guess they only apply to yourself, hey? You and your minions. So there's not gonna be aura bots, hey? There's gonna be curse bots. Curse bots are gonna be a thing. Look at that. Blasphemy is still a thing. There's probably gonna be like curse bots. 30 spirit per second. Yeah, that's not very much. 30 spirit. That's nothing. I don't think. Cast. Combat frenzy. Yeah, I don't think these are auras in any way. This is a kind of like an aura though. Defiance banner. Give you armor and evasion. Really hope we get in-game explanation for different effects. Like what blind does or wither. Yes, there will be in-game explanations. They will have like things will be hoverable. So like right here. So you can see how it's dotted underneath. So you can hover over it and it will tell you what that means, you know. I think that's a big improvement. I like that. I like the transparency of what everything does. So is Witch going to have any dark only builds with no minions? Or do they need some minions to reach full potential? I think Witch will definitely have damage builds. I do think Witch should be viable as a non-summoner, especially like Infernalist. I want to play Infernalist without any summons. I want to play a, like, let's say fire damage casting Infernalist. I feel like, what's that spell called? Let me check the spell name. The Meteor Shower? No. Firestorm. I want to be casting Firestorm as an Infernalist. Hell yeah. They show demon form with no minions. Yeah. Dark magic. Which one is dark? So you mean by like dark magic, you mean chaos damage stuff? Where's Wally? Discipline? Yeah, Wally is the aura bot expert. Resident expert. Discipline only applies to allies, not the caster. Curse bots would depend on the levels of curse effect, since you can't reduce res below 0. Yeah, that's right. Elemental pen is only useful for like high resistance enemies to take them down to 0. Yeah, I heard that as well. Chaos damage. I definitely think chaos damage, like look, Hex Blast. This is pretty high. This is pretty high chaos damage. You can reduce res below 0. Well, you certainly cannot reduce it via pen. What other ways would we have to reduce it below 0? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Res shred up to 10 stacks only. No more than 10 stacks. We've seen the minus res curses. But even the minus res curses, if enemies are have a floor of 0, Flicker Strike is the only build, no point in looking at anybody. Oh my god, Flicker Strike. Zap, 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 zap. Elemental weakness. See, like, I don't understand. This seems like such a weak number. 191 armor. One time? Why? I don't get it. Hmm. Is there a curse we should be casting as a warrior, by the way? Let's check. Curse. Despair, Chaos Res minus, and Feeble. You're excited to see how PoE 2 looks when builds are complete and speeds pick up. You just rewatched the original P1 gameplay. And it was so slow compared to now. Yeah, that's probably true. It will take some time for things to be min-maxed. But there's also a lot of power creep over time, right? Like devs are releasing new patches, power just keeps exploding exponentially. It's inevitable. It's inevitable. The more content you add on the player side, like items they can use, skill nodes, masteries, power curves happen, or power bloats happen. So what do we have here? Enfeeble. Enemy less damage, flammability, fire res max. Yeah, so I guess your question is, Arborus, does this take enemy resistances below 0? It's a good question. I don't know, man. Some stuff definitely looks to have strong clear mechanically already in PoE. It just depends how tanky mobs are and how much we can scale our damage. And our mobility, though, I feel like in PoE 1 you can get stupid amounts of mobility. I think in PoE 2 they've reduced mobility significantly. Ignite and poison pearl leaf. Projectile vomit. Yeah. Yeah. Pixel vomit. Your whole screen is covered with like nonsense. Temporal chains. There's not very many curses, I have to say. Oh, they probably haven't listed them all. That's it. Yeah, they haven't listed them all. 74 mana on level 7? What? Level 9? 89 mana? Wow. I guess these other classes have a lot higher requirements. Ouch. So how much life do people have early game on their warriors? How can we tell? Maybe this here. Does it tell us the life? Do we see the life anywhere? 7,000 gold. Nope, no life for us. I'm just trying to figure out if we go for converting mana cost into life cost, is that going to be a problem or a game? I can see that Rolling Slam, the mana cost is going to be a problem. 48 mana. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a massive problem. So maybe we combine that with... What? This is 20 mana as well? What the hell, man? What's my mana recovery? How much mana do we recover with these classes? Earth Shatter, 13 mana. You were definitely Marksman Sorcerer main when you first watched the classes video. But at this point, you're playing everything. Even Monk, which was your least favorite is looking dope. Yeah, I agree, man. A lot of the classes, like just the visuals are so well done on so many of these classes. Any guess on the 6 undisclosed classes? Let me check the website. Let's see what we're talking about here. So, is there like a Path of Exile too? Official websites. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. So you're talking about. Oh, I have it. Okay, so we have Titan, Warbringer. Those are announced. And then this is Marauder. Oh no, this is the Warrior. But there's gonna be probably Marauder. That's gonna be the third subclass. So we have Sork. So one sec, we need to go to the skill tree because this is 12 classes. Yeah, it's gonna be Huntress for sure, Druid for sure. Oh, Marauder is a unique class on its own, hey? Duelist makes sense. So let's go to the skill tree. Let's go back to the skill passive tree. Maybe this video here. Yeah, so right here, right? So I think they have two classes start at every single location. No, I don't have the passive tree. No, I don't think anybody has the passive tree. This is just from a video on YouTube. But what I was trying to say is there are going to be two classes starting in every single one of these locations. So we know the top one is Sork and Witch. So this is taken up by Sork and Witch up here, right? Sork is pure int, and Witch is pure int, right? They both start the same spot, yeah. They will change the tree when they add new classes. For sure, but I'm just saying the way they're designing it is two classes per starting point. So Sork and Witch up here, Warrior is down here. I think you're saying Marauder is going to be the other one here. Dionysus. So Warrior. So let's see, Warrior and Marauder. So this is Strength Dex. So one of Strength Dex is definitely, what do you call it? The crossbow guy. What do you call it? Mercenary. Yeah, Mercenary is definitely at the bottom. You're wondering if the third warrior is similar to Chieftain for the fire-based skills. What about for totems? I think maybe it's a totem class, Wally. Or maybe they leave totems for the... There has to be something that is a totem class. Mercenary and Duelist is on the same place. What about Amazon, though? Or Huntress, I guess. So is Huntress going to be pure Dex? Ranger and Huntress pure Dex? So Ranger is definitely one of the ones here. Yeah. Monk is Dex int. That would make sense. Shadow used to be Dex int, right? Shadow kind of thing. What is so strength int? There's gonna be Templar. Somebody was saying Templar here. Shadow is Dex int. So if they have a Shadow kind of class, is Shadow confirmed for PoE2? Is Shadow making a return? Shadow is confirmed. Okay. So it's going to be Shadow and Monk up here. Shadow and Monk. Ranger and Huntress. This is going to be the crossbow guy. Mercenary. God damn it, mercenary. Okay. So mercenary and what else here? Duelist? You think duelist? Yeah, duelist would make sense. Duelist, mercenary, and then marauder warrior. So here we have the flail guy, because flails are up here. So flails is going to be Templar. Strengthened is Templar. Strengthened is going to be Templar. Oh, the druid, of course, the druid. Yeah. Strengthened is going to be druid. Okay, so we have all of them then. So it's going to be Templar, druid, Stark witch, Shadow monk, Ranger huntress, mercenary duelist, warrior, and marauder, I guess. What is marauder going to be? I guess marauder is going to be one of them is going to be axe. The other one is going to be swords. Yeah. So there has to be an axe's marauder, a sword's marauder. Duelist is swords. I guess from over here. Yeah, that could make sense. That could make sense. And then flails, I think, are over here somewhere. Hey, Donovan. Creating a searchable sheet, as you mentioned. Show me the sharing the sheet with me. Give the comments. You create a searchable sheet after this, which depending on the drop-down you want, you can see the available skills sorted by class skill tags. We can see them. Yeah, just send me on Discord. Just DM me on Discord. And I'll check it out later. Excited to see the cosmetic they make for skill gems and weapon effects. I know, right? What is one skill that I want to see a skill gem for? Hammer of the Gods, man. You can have a lot of fun with that. Volcanic Fissure. I think there could be a lot of cool stuff with Volcanic Fissure. Sork. I think Firestorm, Ball Lightning. Oh man, skill gems are going to be fun. More futuristic stuff. Steampunk mercenary. That would be sweet. Shadow is a class. Maybe, do we have a confirmation that Shadow is going to be a class? Virtue Gem powered gun. Like the cannon thing from Crystal Veins in PoE1. I don't even know what that is. Someone know if you can use the same skill gem 2 times? Can you give me an example, Chehia? Same skill gem twice. You can use the same skill gem twice. How? Give me an example. How would you make that work? But every skill gem has a weapon requirement now. Different links. I see what you mean. That's an interesting thought. 2 times cast on Ignite. Ah. Weapon required to use, but if you hotkey 2 different links. Wally's saying you can use the same skill with different links. Sharing the same cooldown. Oh, okay, so sharing the same cooldown. That makes sense. You can't abuse the cooldown. You can't use it like as a cooldown reset, because otherwise you would use Hammer of the Gods 15 times and just iterate over the 5 different Hammer of the Gods. That would be cheating, yeah. The Witch have a skill gem that gives you the option to summon any NPC in the game, but it's 1 gem. So you thought if you can have it more times for more enemy types. Can't bypass the cooldown. That would be Hex. That would be interesting though. Is there something on the warrior class that we can benefit from? With slightly different setups? Releases 1 aftershock per stage. Hey. Max AoE Earthquake versus concentrated effect boosting Earthquake. If Earthquake is like the best way to do single target and AoE, maybe, but like surely the other skills have to. I see what you're saying though, because like Earthquake requires so much waiting around. 14 longest days of your life. Yo, it's only like 9 days to go. Only 9 days to go. Let's go. Think making a main skill single versus AoE or hot swapping elemental damage. I'm definitely gonna have like an AoE clear skill and a single target skill. We definitely have multiple same skill gems since they showed meta skill totem, which uses your skills. I see. That makes sense. Meta skill totem. Right. So ancient warrior totem. Raises a totem that uses socketed mace skills. That would be really cool. The meta skill totem. What's a good skill? Maybe like, yeah, maybe something like armor breaker. A utility totem removing their armor. That would be nice, man. For bossing, that would be phenomenal. Yeah, maybe devastate rolling slam. I do feel like the percentage increase damage versus armor broken enemies look pretty solid. Just hope the totems are tanky enough. That's right. We don't have very many minion nodes that I saw. Do I know what class I'm going to play? These are the 3 I'm thinking between. Titan, Mana Stacking Sorc, and Infernalist. So today we're doing a Titan session. Just thinking about different combos. I'm really liking Rolling Slam because I feel like the Titan Ascendancy, you want to play around stuns. So Rolling Slam seems to be the premier way to stun enemies. Hit stun enemies as though dealing 100% more damage. So, and then we can activate Surprising Strength. Although that's like 4-point investment, man. That's a big investment. Infernalist or Mercenary? Yeah, man. Infernalist looks so fun. I would do actually a Spellcaster Infernalist. I want to do a Spellcaster Infernalist. Arboros, you're exploring Pathfinder poison stuff and then something Ignite as your first. So what do you mean Pathfinder poison stuff? Oh, Pathfinder is a crossbow class. I forgot about that one. Is it? No, wait. Oh, no. It's a ranger one. Pathfinder. There it is. Okay. The concoction one. Fulminating, bleeding concoctions. Fulminating, bleeding. Relentless pursuit. I mean, generally speaking, you can never go wrong with a ranged class. A lot of ARPGs get melee classes wrong, but range classes, I don't know, in most cases, when an ARPG releases, range classes are an easier time. So you can't go wrong. I feel like range classes is a safe bet. That's why I'm tempted to go for like an Infernalist or a Sork or something. Imperial, you're going Avatar all the way. Meditation. Meditation is like focus in Last Epoch. You can focus to get your energy shield double. And so you can meditation to get your energy shield to double its base amount. Hey, right? Lira Quinn, you're interested in Blood Mage, but none of the nodes look that impressive for it. I agree. The Blood Mage nodes to me look pretty boring as well. I thought the same. Life remnants, like I don't want to run around chasing these stupid life bubbles. This one is crazy good though. If you can get guaranteed crit, I feel like this is great. This is great. This is really powerful. Yeah. Gore Spike is crazy good, I think. This one, the Blood Mage, this one, Ascendancy. 10% of spell damage leeches life. Is that a lot? Maybe. I don't know, but I think the crit damage bonus here is huge. Yeah, it's named Blood Mage. That's right. Gain energy shield from equipped body armor as extra max life. This is pretty nice. I think, yeah, going these two nodes, Crimson Power and Gore Spike, great wombo combo, right? Crimson Power. Oh, it's not listed. Oh, no, it is number 2. Yeah, so Gore Spike is number 4. So if you can go Gore Spike, so this is 2 and then another 2 and then go for the energy shield body armor max life. Bubbles increase your life above max. Maybe. If that's the case, then they're probably useful. I don't know, man. It's just annoying chasing stupid bubbles around. If they have like a massive suck radius, you know, pickup radius as they call it in Diablo, if it's a massive pickup radius, I can live with it. But man, I don't want to be going out of my way to pick up a stupid bubble. Still half unshown. It's true. Yeah, they haven't. Can I just say, I am so impressed and happy with GGG about how well they've kept everything kind of hidden, how well they've enforced all of these NDAs and embargoes. It's amazing, man. It's a breath of fresh air. If this was Diablo, if this was Blizzard, they would have been a goddamn skill tier list and class tier list and everything tier list already, man. And that's garbage. I don't want other people to tell me how good the thing that I'm going to play is. I want to explore. I want to enjoy the exploration, the discovery. That's so much fun for me. So I have to say, GGG are just doing such a great job, man. 16 points for every ascent. You can spend 8. Yeah, exactly 8. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 8 in total. To get number 4 and number 2, it's exactly 8. So it might be a decent synergy because like in PoE 1, you could get like 1,000 energy shield in your chest piece, right? It was viable. So if you can have 1,000 energy shield to become 1,000 life, that's nuts. Really hope we don't get ready guides for day 1 like in Last Epoch. Hell yes, Imperial. Yes, please. No guides on day 1. Dude, it was like day -3. Guides were ready before the game was released. How sad is that, dude? It's like, oh, let me play my game. Oh, there's a guide for it already? Sure. It's so silly. That's something that you can tell that the developers of PoE, they understand that. They were getting guides from people that played like 6 hours in one of the test events. I know, right? They've never been to the end game, but you know, But this is, again, this is just all GGG is doing, because it's the design philosophy. It's GGG understanding that you have to protect the player's ability to explore your game. The player only gets one time, one opportunity to discover and to explore your game. And if you spoil all of that with these stupid guides, it's gone. They're not going to explore. They're just going to copy paste the guide, and they're going to go through the campaign with the exact 2 skills that whatever YouTuber told them to use. And it's just not the right way to do it, especially for like a release like this. We're going to fail. We're going to try again. We're going to pivot. We're going to keep trying and keep bashing our head against the wall until we get it done. With dual wielding two-handed maces. Dual wielding two-handed maces or bust. At least I hope it's viable. It's gonna suck if we can't get enough armor or something. Although a shield might be necessary. I'm gonna give myself a little bit of wiggle room. I'm gonna say, okay, if we're dying too much, we're gonna run a two-handed mace and a shield. Okay, we're gonna have some wiggle room. Either dual wielding two-handed maces or two-handed mace plus a shield. Okay, we'll have a little bit of wiggle room. PoE streamers, Wally, we're mocking people coming out with guides, as nobody knows what would be. If the best PoE streamers don't have any idea what will be good, then you know nobody knows. Nobody really knows. It's great. It's fantastic. Titan looks great. Lots of raw stats and value. I kind of like Titan as well. If we can reliably proc stuns, this is crazy good. There's another 20% more multiplier in the passive tree with the maces. 20% more life is not amazing, but solid. It's solid. I don't know how good armor is, but this could be decent. I don't know what crushing blows is. Oh, the aftershocks is actually great. So, crap. We don't have enough for everything. Crap. I feel like this is... I think this is a must take. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a must take. 20% more damage, essentially. Crushing blows did armor reduction? I don't know. You might be right. Imperial really enjoyed how you did your own thing when Aberoth released, even though it took you some time to figure out the build and make some pivots. It was all mine in the end. Yep, same for me. I kept trying with my freezy glacier, and you know, I suck against these big boss fights. I'm so bad at them, dude. Took me 20 attempts to kill Aberoth, but we did it. We did it. Warrior skill totems look sick. You're interested in how it's going to work with other classes. Raises a totem that uses socketed mace skills, though. It says specifically says mace skills. So it has to be a warrior skill. Oh well, it was worth a try. What would be good? I don't know. Can can an ancestral warrior totem use leap slam? It's a two-handed mace skill. Base attack time is 1 second. Hey. Dude, this is gonna be so good. If you can keep it alive. Also, how does it interact with channeled slams? Supercharged slam. I kind of feel like totems are not going to be able to survive Because bosses just do such crazy damage. Do we know the HP on totems? Does anybody know their HP? Stampede, slam, attack, melee, duration, channeling, travel. It's got every tag. Leaving a patch of jagged ground with every footstep. There was something that could trigger jagged ground. Jagged ground for to make it explode or something. Huh. A massive leaping slam damages enemies, causes all patches. Oh no, that was it. This is the one that causes all patches of jagged ground to erupt in aftershocks. How is that different from shield charge? Oh, now it stops at enemies. Totems also tended to get stunned in PoE 1 too, if you don't make them stun. That's funny. Colossal capacity, 20 inventory slots? This is one more thing that I'm actually going to complain about with PoE. Why do we still have a tiny inventory? That's something in 2024. We should have discovered bigger inventory tech. Come on, you guys. Why is our inventory so tiny in PoE? Can we have a bigger inventory? It is so obnoxious having to go back to town. And it's just, it does, I don't feel like that's good gameplay, you know? Forcing you into, I get it, you're making the player choose what to pick up and what to not pick up. But that's also, in a way, bad gameplay design because you're going to force the player not to look at the items that you're dropping for them. So you're forcing the player to ignore what you've created for them. It's silly. It's like, I made all this glitter on the ground for you, but sure, ignore it. Because you don't have enough inventory slots. Yeah, I don't think this is kind of like a meme point because it's such a good convenience, but it doesn't give you power. Anything that doesn't give me character power, I would never pick up. Or at least I would have a very hard time picking up. You hate ID scrolls and TPing back with the patches. Yeah, same. Yeah, you're right. Why don't we have like a TP thingy that stays on the bottom right or whatever, and you don't need to carry it in your inventory? Do we still need to carry TP scrolls in PoE 2? Weight and Titan. Sounds look like a weight carry. Yeah, we are a Titan. We should have a colossal capacity. We have TPs. Come on, man. So these are things that the PoE devs are just like hanging on to. These are artifacts from a bygone era of ARPG design. I don't get the point of ID scrolls at all either. I have to agree. It's silly. It's just annoying inventory management. It adds zero value to the game. It's like it's more just paying respects to Diablo back in the day, where it all originated when we had ID scrolls. But you know, we don't have to do that anymore. So yeah, we're gonna have to get 300 strength to be able to use, where is it? Something like this, Totemic Great Club. 300 strength. Let's go. We're gonna just stack strength. I'm gonna make my allies give me everything that gives strength. If they drop an item that has plus strength, it's going to me. Yeah. The justification you hear all the time is that you get hit. You get hit of dopamine twice. First when the item drops, when you, I don't know. But you can ID it the moment when you hover over it. Same thing, yeah, double the dopamine. Hey, does anybody know? Does strength give you damage as well? Does strength like give you some sort of percent damage increase as well? How does it work? Devastate. I think Devastate's gonna be a good one. Nope. Okay. So it's just survivability. Strength gives you massive survivability. Oh, you think it does in PoE too? Every 5 strength is 1% damage. Maybe. Oh, in PoE 1. Oh, okay, PoE. Oh, okay. Let me check. Strength. I played PoE 1 long time ago. Or sorry, I guess it wasn't that long ago. But I just mixed it up in my head. Because, you know, we play Diablo, we play Last Epoch. I cannot keep it straight in my head. And so in PoE 2 though, does it give you damage? Do we know? Do we know? I'm definitely going to be going heavy on the strength stacking though. For sure. And armor stacking, I guess. So I guess strength gives you armor and life, yeah? In PoE 2. What does it give you? Does anybody know what we get? Dex still gives accuracy, that's for sure. Okay. And evasion. It has to give you some survivability as well. Otherwise it sucks. Like everything needs to give you some survivability. So int gives you energy shield and mana. Strength gives you health and what? More than it is in PoE 1. Yeah, I've heard the same. I've heard the same. And by the way, part of the reason why it gives you more health than in PoE 1 is because the passive skill tree has no percentage life increases. So that also translates that you're not going to get many sources of life increase. It's either going to be your strength. So strength stacking, I think, is going to be very good. Or life plus flat life from gear. So I think strength stacking is going to be quite valuable. It has a few, yeah, they're like 3% life. It's just like, you used to get 20% life in PoE 1 in some nodes, right? Like 20% here, 20% there. You used to get massive amounts of life. Now it's like 3% and it's very, very rare. How does evasion and armor work in PoE 2? Do we know? Armor, I don't know if we have anything on it, but this guy was talking about, I think, evasion. Evasion, yeah, this guy has a little video on invasion. I'm still waiting for him to explain to me how armor works. I don't know, man. A lot of mechanics to absorb. A lot of mechanics to absorb. Anyways, yeah, okay. So I think for Titan, I mean, we obviously haven't solved the class over here, all right? There's too much. There's too much. But we've made some progress. I think I have a better idea of what I might want to be looking to combo. I like the idea of rolling slam. Now, I don't know how heavily I'm going to rely on it, though, but I think rolling slam seems interesting. Especially if you think about if there's weaker enemies, and weaker enemies are easier to stun. And so if you have a pack of enemies that's like a bunch of weak ones and a bunch of strong ones, is Impact Shockwave... Let me just read Impact Shockwave one more time. Support skills create an aftershock when they stun an enemy. Okay, so it's not going to be per enemy. But yeah, so let's say if we have a bunch of weak enemies and a bunch of strong enemies, if you hit the weak enemies and you stun them, that's going to proc an aftershock. And then that aftershock is going to help hit the larger enemies and stun them as well. So I don't know. I don't know, man. Maybe something to try. Impact Shockwave plus Devastate. Maybe Overpower for more stuns. But we need damage though. Like this is a lot of stun stuff, but I would replace Overpower with an actual damage bonus. I don't know what. Not Exploit Weakness. Definitely not. But yeah, just something that gives us straight up damage. We'll think about it. Devastate is the thing that removes armor on stun. All right. Anyways, we're going to call it a night. Fun times, man. Gotta love it. We'll keep doing more PoE 2 streams until we hit December 6th. PoE until December 6th. That's the plan here. And then next time on Friday, we'll be back on Friday with probably Mana Stacking Sorc or Infernalist. One of these two. We're going to look into these two in more details and just think through what we want to play early game, mid game, end game, what sort of skills might combo well. Obviously, it's just too early to have like a clear map, but just at least some thoughts, more research. Oh yeah, faster attacks. Faster attacks is a great point. I think I should put that actually. Faster attacks instead of overpower. Because I think this thing is a very slow attacking skill. So faster attacks is going to help. And I assume it's an agility skill, right? Faster attacks. 25% more attack speed. So the only thing I'm concerned about though, plus 1.5 seconds to attack time. So when it says plus 1.5 seconds to attack time, is that 1.5 seconds something that goes down with faster attack speed or no? Or is that always 1.5 seconds? Execute 40% more low life. Haven't tested it. Mana stacking seems to have a lot of good stuff, yeah. Executes. I don't know. It's only against low life though. That's a big commitment for something that's not going to be online. And also if you have just something that has culling, like let's say we put just anything really. You could even put culling on Infernal Cry. Or on Seismic Cry, like, because Seismic Cry deals damage, right? Or maybe it's only applicable on attacks. Let's see, Culling. Culling Strike. It's an attack. Okay, so it has to be an attack. So a few damage gems. You probably use it. I feel like there should be enough damage gems that we don't need to resort to that one. But maybe you're right. Concentrated effect. I think concentrated effect maybe it reduces our reach though, and that can be a problem. So I don't know about concentrated effect. Pulverize. Pulverize slows our attack speed. How much? It's just +5. It just adds +5 intelligence requirement to... Yeah, it's not a big deal at all. Skills are the rough ones. Yeah, exactly. Skills are the stuff that requires a lot of attributes. But yeah. Hype. Any raid recommendations? Anything happening in Last Epoch? In the world of Last Epoch? Everyone's sleeping. Even PoE 2, there's not very many people. People have timers on their screen. Your Twitch follows and recommendations are nothing about Final Fantasy 14 right now. Maybe we can go on a game, on a different game. Ah, nobody playing it right now. Uh, yeah, good times. All of my follows as well are kind of offline. Everyone offline, yo. Everyone offline. Nobody has any recommendations? Let's see. How about Diablo 4? Is anybody playing Diablo 4 at all? I don't know anybody. There's a good number of people playing Diablo, actually, you guys. Not that game. 750 viewers. Hey. I want to see the numbers on the Path of Exile Twitch next week on Friday. Oh my god, dude. Why am I looking at mana stacking Sork over Monk? It's a good question. I think mana stacking Monk of Chayula looks legit as well. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Mind over matter. Although I'm not sure how much of that is going to be mana stacking. Because on the tree, it's kind of hard to get all the way up to the mana stacking nodes. I don't know. I don't know. Is it going to work well for Monk? You might be better off going like CI. I'm not an expert. I'll have to think about it. I haven't thought about it enough. But Monk does look fun. I'm just kind of a glass cannon enjoyer, even with my melee classes. And I guess Monk fits into that pretty well. Gary, the theory crafting, so far so good. We were just kind of thinking through what would work well for us for launch, but it's so hard. There's so little information. So I'm picking between Titan, Mana Stacking Sork, and maybe Infernalist for starting classes. So today we did Titan. Friday we're going to do one of the other two. And maybe we will probably have extra time. So maybe we'll think through a Monk as well. I don't know, man. There's just so many fun classes. Even Mercenary, I think, is fun. The Gemling looks fun. The only reason I'm writing off Gemling Legionnaire is because I see a lot of content creators saying, yeah, I'm going to play Gemling. I'm going to play Gemling. I don't want to be playing whatever everybody else is playing. You know, I want to be playing my own thing. I don't want to be overlapping too much. I don't like playing the meta, you know. Some don't make sense at the moment. Yeah. Exactly. Playing to make your own build, enjoy the learning process, enjoy the failure process. It's not easy. It ain't easy. Let's give Frosty LaRue raid, you guys. What do you guys say? Shall we give Frosty LaRue a raid? And then we're going to call it a night. Do I have any idea what Decaying Hex could be used for? Decaying Hex. Oops. That's a witch thing, I'm sure. Decaying Hex. Where is it? Where do you see Decaying Hex? I don't see Decaying Hex. PoE 2 skills. Oh, I didn't know this existed. Oh, what? Does it have more info than the other one I was looking at? New gems added. Coursing current. Corrupting cry. Oh yeah, I remember that. Okay. I don't know, man. 122 skills. That sounds similar to the other website. Oh, this one has 145. This one has more skill gems. Now, I don't know if all of them will be available day one, though. Yeah, try pewdb.tw. Give it a shot. Anyways, it is bedtime. Let's give Frosty LaRue a raid. You guys ready? You guys ready? And we'll be back Friday. Friday for more planning, more reviewing of whatever info comes out over the next 2 days, and we'll figure something out. How many meta skills can we equip? Meta skills are skills that trigger other skills. That sounds confusing, but yeah. So for example, Ancestral Warrior Totem is a meta skill because you can put any slam skill, and then your totem is going to trigger your slam skill. And so a skill that procs other skills is a meta skill. A lot of the spirit gems have so cast on whatever. So anything that is cast on something has a reservation, and it has like energy accumulation, and then once you get to that energy breakpoint, you trigger that skill that is embedded inside cast on whatever. So cast on crits. So yeah, that's a meta skill. So yeah, you can see meta. You can search here the keyword meta. Oops. Meta. Yeah, all these cast on something are meta skills. Other side has a wrong number. It's 30%. Honestly, I wouldn't trust either of these websites. Like fully trust them. I trust them to some level, but I've seen changes. I've seen things being different. Like even in these videos where somebody's playing through the game and they hover over a skill for just a second, and that number is just not matching what is listed. Like see right here, this guy's hovering over these skills, and like some of these numbers don't match what's listed inside either of these websites, I'm sure. So I think they're iterating. GGG are iterating, changing numbers all the time. So don't expect things to be matching perfectly. There's going to be a lot of iterating going on over the next bit. Anyways, let's go give this a raid, and then I'll see you all on Friday. Much love. Thank you guys for tuning in. Let's do this. Let's do this. Where's the raid at? Start raid. Let's go. GG, everybody. 9 days to go. 9 days to go. Get all your work. Get everything done. Spend some time with the family, because 9 days from now is going to be rough. Have a good night, everybody. Take it easy. Good chisos. No reszta.